So you wanna go to war with me? You're talking like you think you're royalty. You think that I'm afraid, but I don't break. I heard you question my stability. You think I'll fall just like a guillotine, but I am here to stay. Won't look away. The storm is coming, so you better start running. No, you can't control, feel it in my bones. I'm coming for the, coming for the.
Good evening, guys. Good evening. Good evening. Tony Denaro here with Mediocre Trader. Welcome back, friend.
What's up, buddy? How's everybody doing tonight?
I'm doing swell. I hope everybody in the audience is doing well tonight. Before we get started, I just want to, I guess I probably should do these openings in the beginning just to explain where folks like Mediocre and myself are coming from. Guys, when we're covering due diligence, I want you to know this is never buy, sell, or trade advice. We're not trying to talk you out of a position. We're not trying to talk you into a position. We're here to provide our best DD and our reading of the documents, and for my sake, and the charts for Mediocre's sake. I know a lot of people get really mad at myself and maybe with him when we're doing TA or we're sharing DD, but it all comes from a good place. No matter what we say, it's not always going to be what you want to hear, but it's going to be stuff that you're going to not hear everywhere else. Because while people are saying, oh, I found this penny stock and it's moving, and then they keep on saying that for 3 weeks as the chart is going down, we've already been in that play and out because we took the time to do the DD and figure out where a reasonable exit was. Everything that we do here is coming from a good place to help you not become a bag holder and to help you lock in those profits. So please, please, please bear that in mind as you're watching or listening or reading other comments on other channels that we're bearish on plays. Absolutely not. But sometimes when we do due diligence, we find things that we think is worthwhile for you to know so that you can make your own best decision for your portfolio. Don't follow what we do as far as buying, selling, or holding. You always make up your own mind, but we want to expose you to things that other people aren't telling you to help you make the best choices. Mediocre, you got anything to add to that?
Yeah, I just want to say, I'm bearish on the overall market, but not like we're in an uptrend right now in the market. But we're in a bearish market. Until we turn that around. But I'm not saying that this stock is bearish or that stock is bearish. When a stock has a run, it has a run. You got to go with I'm not telling you what to do, but the trend is your friend, and making educated decisions on your trades is probably the best thing you could do. You got to do a little digging. I wouldn't just go in blind, because that's how you blow up an account.
That's exactly right. I mean, you can try and just follow the chart and hope you always can time the top perfectly, but I just keep on seeing people become bag holders and then hope. Meanwhile, these very volatile penny stocks, for example, can drop 20 to 50% in a day sometimes. And meanwhile, no one's telling you why. What was the catalyst that caused that to happen? Was it because they had just filed, maybe, for example, a dilution notice 2 days later, and the pumper channels aren't looking for things like dilution or reading filings or reading documents. They're just watching the chart, sometimes without even any moving averages or things on them. They're just, sometimes they don't even show you a screen. My friend up in New York, they just make up information heard on the street. You know what I'm saying? Meanwhile, we're spending the full day looking up everything we can about these plays so that we can decide to get in them or stay in them, or what is our exit. And I think the more educated we can help you become, the better choices you can make, and lock in those profits more times in your bag holding stuff.
Yeah. You don't want to get stuck. I don't want to get stuck. I know that. I didn't make a single trade today because I didn't like the way it looked.
It was a crappy day. I was watching a lot of stuff meltdown in general. There were a couple good plays. What was, I already forgot. I forgot the name. Sorry, I just got back from a movie. BuzzFeed was a great one today.
I didn't even see that one.
Yeah, that one started out at 96 cents this morning, ran up to $2.87 by towards the end of the day. It fell off a little bit, but we were watching that one all day today. And that really was the winning play of the day. There were a couple of others that were moving down, but mostly everything was having a rough day. All right.
I looked at a couple, but I missed the run, so I didn't even. I can't even think of the name of them. A something. I'll have to go back to my Discord, see if I can't find it.
There was a cannabis edible stock that had a good run early in the morning as well. But let's talk about Bed Bath & Beyond, because we'll get that out of the way first, and then we'll take all of your questions about whatever tickers you want. Because that's what we have as the subject for tonight. Let me put this chart up here. Let's get BuzzFeed off of there and put Bed Bath & Beyond. If you guys are following me on Twitter, if you're in the Discord, or if you are following my community tab, you know that I did a call out a couple days ago, or was it yesterday? I already forgot. It might have been yesterday, Wednesday, that the CEO, that the executives had filed, the company had filed forms on behalf of the executives and cashed out their restricted stock units. And there were two theories on that, right? One was going to be correct and one was going to be wrong. So I took the chance and published my theory that I did not see that as a bullish signal. As soon as I saw that filing, I bought puts on Bed Bath & Beyond and told the Discord that I was doing that. And later in the day, I put that out on Twitter and in the community tab also.
That was a good move.
The alternate theory was that they were being cashed out because the company was being acquired or merged. And hey, maybe they still will be, guys. And none of us have a crystal ball. But this was all based on a date of January 20th. And if there's a merger or acquisition, you have 4 business days after a trigger event, like a merger form being signed or an acquisition being signed. You got 4 business days to file a 8K. And did we have any 8Ks drop while I was at the movies that Bed Bath & Beyond is being bought out or acquired? I don't think that we did. So while that was a remote possibility, what the company has been telling us, if you listen to what they're saying, I'm going to keep on repeating that because that is what I try and do, is tell you guys, even though you're getting a lot of clickbait and you're getting a lot of theories and speculation, I try and share with you exactly what the company's saying. They are saying that they're running out of cash and that Chapter 11 is most likely about to happen. I don't ignore that ever when I hear a company say that. That should put red alarms in your background, and you need to start tuning out the clickbait. Now, every now and then, could a clickbaiter be correct and the company pulls out before they smash the plane into the ground? Yeah, anything's possible, but you should always listen to what the executives are telling you. And it wasn't just like media hit pieces. This was the company saying Chapter 11 is a very possible reality. So when I heard them say that over the past week, and then I saw that the executives have been cashed out, I'm thinking, I don't know if it'll be this week, the Chapter 11 filing, but I'm going to take a shot with a little bit of money on some puts. And then if I'm wrong this week, I'll buy some for next Friday by the end of market close tomorrow. But as it were, we got a filing today, not for Chapter 11, but for the 10Q, which they were delinquent on. And that's another recurring theme that I'm seeing in some of the tickers that people are playing right now. If they're not doing their DD, just for example, this other one, did you hear of this one? NVOS, mediocre?
No.
They have not filed a 10Q or a 10K.
I'm not sure which one.
So when I hear companies that aren't doing required exchange filings, I mean, this is not something you take lightly. You don't just brush that off and say, it'll be fine. Helbiz is another one that is delinquent on filings. And those are little signals to me that even if it's running up, I need to be concerned that there's something that the company is hiding. So that's why that kind of makes that I might be in a trade on a play like that for a day, but it's definitely not something that I feel comfortable holding, because you never know what news is going to drop after hours. So we got the 10Q from Bed Bath & Beyond. Go ahead.
I was going to say AVYA was one of I'm echoing.
We got the 10Q. Let me switch screens here. And I haven't had time to go through all the financials, but when I saw this afternoon, I keyed on something really quickly. And that was not risk factors. I skipped all of this. I went down to other information. I don't know why. Just God spoke to me. That's an inside joke if you watch some other channels. God spoke to me and said, Tony, don't waste time, Tony, reading everything else. Just go read the other information. And the first thing that I saw, I'm not kidding you, is that the company received a notice of acceleration and default from JP Morgan. And even though you might have seen some advance notice on Reddit about bonds being paid, bond payment, 25 million's worth being paid at the end of this month, those haven't been paid yet. That was an advisory that they planned on paying it on the 30th. We're still 5 days away from the 30th when that came out yesterday. So putting the bond thing aside for a second, when I see that the bank has notified the company that they are accelerating the debt and the company is in default, before I could even finish typing a tweet, this thing was going down, because basically that means you have no more access to credit. They are fucked. And if you're wondering why Bed Bath & Beyond crashed midday today, it is because of this paragraph right here. But I mean, we can go through and look at all the financials. Maybe I'll do that later tonight, but it's really irrelevant. Once they are already low on cash and now the bank is cut off funding, they are in a world of hurt. Even their suppliers now are going, talking to bankruptcy attorneys. The dominoes are starting to fall. So is Bed Bath & Beyond going to go bankrupt? Are they going to file Chapter 11? If we imagine a teeter-totter, they're like almost touching the ground. I can't tell you for sure what's going to happen, but I'm pretty sure feels like it, that they are very close. What do you think? Mediocre?
I think creditors don't like to lose money. That's what I think. And if they cut them off, what are you going to do? How are you going to get your supplies you need to sell to the public if you don't have funding? So yep. Inventory is going to start to get hit, I would imagine.
Let's see how much inventory this is for what date? Ending what, September? Ending the end of November. So whatever this says as far as inventory, it's already a month old, 2 months old.
Yeah.
It looks like they had a decent amount of inventory.
Yeah, I'm not going to make jokes because I know there's a lot of people in that play, and I like to be funny, but I don't mean nothing by it.
There's nothing funny about Bed Bath & Beyond going bankrupt. There's nothing funny about people potentially losing money on this play. I'm assuming someone's joking in the comments. Is that what you're seeing?
No. I like to be funny a lot of times, but it's not funny because we got The people are
Yeah,
stuck.
this is a serious topic, and I want to run through it quickly just to let you know where we're at. If you're going to ask me, do I think they're going to be bought out, merger, acquisition? Ryan Cohen's going to take over the company. Look, all scenarios are possible, but the most likely scenario is Chapter 11 coming very, very soon. A filing, maybe tomorrow, maybe next week.
Yeah.
And that is very sad. What happens if you're holding the stock? There is a potential. It's probably, the ticker will probably get a Q added to it, and it'll get bumped down. It'll get delisted and bumped down to the OTC, to the pink sheets. And then you wait for the Chapter 11 process to work its way out. And there is a possibility, depending on the debt that the company has versus assets, that common stockholders get nothing. It's just vaporized. The other possibility is if there's a reorganization, they might come up with a new ticker and possibly give you some shares of the new stock months later. So hard to say. Every bankruptcy is different, but that's up to you guys. I'm not going to tell you what to do to hold or sell. Or I know there'll be people saying buy tomorrow. Hey, that's up to you. I'm just trying to tell you my read on it is right now the teeter-totter of Chapter 11 is about to slam into the ground, in my opinion.
And just read the K filing for yourself. That's part of what there's a filing right there. Go look it up and read it for yourself. I mean,
I can tell you without a doubt, because I am a trader, if I thought that there was a good play here for me to go in and buy it at $2.40, I'd be telling you that's what I'm doing. But the risk, I don't like a shit ton of risk of something going to zero. And so I will not be buying Bed Bath & Beyond until I see how the next few days work out. Could it run up tomorrow? Could it run up in pre-market? Look, guys, never underestimate the willingness of retail to buy up a stock that's going into bankruptcy. I've seen crazier things, but that type of thing usually is short-lived because the shorts will be circling this play like sharks. They know how to read financial statements. They know how to read between the lines of what the company's saying, and they're not being fed hopium by the plateful. They're just making cold, calculated decisions, and sometimes we get them. Sometimes we get them over a barrel. The best chance for Bed Bath & Beyond to pull out right now would be some surprise good news announcement. So that possibility always exists. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I'll be watching it. I won't be playing it. Nope.
Dream of Stuff says, how many employees do they have? Yes, a restructuring would allow people to keep working. Like if they go through bankruptcy and the judge or the court allows them to stay open and they get a restructuring loan, which I think they already did, something to carry them through. I think I saw something about that a couple of weeks ago. Then the store will stay open, and that loan will also be used to pay some of their suppliers so they can keep the inventory moving. That's critical.
Yeah.
But look, I'm not trying to game all of that out. We'll just see as we get the press releases.
See what happens. I do not know until we see something.
I bought those. I bought $2 strike puts yesterday morning, and they were 4 cents each. I was like, this is a pretty cheap gamble. They expire tomorrow. I was up over 400% on them at one point when it hit 210 this afternoon, when the stock dropped to 210. That's not a bad return for a day. But I'm going to wait and see. I held them through. So I'm going to wait and see what happens tomorrow. I don't think I'll go to zero on those puts unless it runs up to $3 again. But I think there's a good chance that we'll see a little bit of, run down in the stock tomorrow. We'll see. I'll let you know when the play's done.
Sit back and watch it transpire. That's all you could do.
Yeah. It was a small bet for me. If I don't do a lot of lottery option plays, like something expiring in 2 days, but I had a pretty good feeling after a pretty ominous feeling after I saw what the company had done with those exec RSUs. So let's
I didn't even look at it.
You haven't been?
No, I don't follow it. I try to stick to I try to stick to good stocks, something that's not going to kill me. You know what I mean?
I know. I've been sucked into because of, I have my own stocks, which are mostly blue chip type stuff and a few recovery plays. But I get sucked into covering penny stocks because of the questions that people are asking me, whether it's in comments or Discord. And it's not that I want to be covering penny stocks or bankruptcy plays, but I also feel like I'm obligated. What I try and do is I can't talk about all of them, but if I'm seeing some egregiously bad information be put out, then I'll weigh in, like the whole Mullen thing. There's so many people. And look, guys, if you like Mullen, that's fine with me. I'm not telling you to sell Mullen. I'm just saying when I look at the financials, it's devastatingly bad. And there was no doubt in my mind that they were going to approve 5 billion share dilution because they have to tool up a factory and get into production in 2024. That's not me shitting on Mullen. That's just sharing facts, right? The company is bleeding money and they need to raise some more. So that's not bearish. That's not bearish. That's just facts.
I made a little bit of Mullen in that, and then I was like, I'm done.
I'm still waiting to buy Mullen. I have not bought it yet. I said if it drops to 15 cents, I would commit to buying a little bit. So, and I will, unless there's some news that drops it. And I'm not expecting any, but if there were some news that dropped it from 30 to 10 in a heartbeat, well, I would wait until it bottomed out. But I'll buy a little bit of Mullen for a speculative 2024 play, but not a lot because I don't buy into the 20 billion synthetics on Mullen. It's just being shorted because they haven't produced any vehicles and they won't be until and delivering till end of 2024. Even their own finance guys, their auditors telling them, and that this is in their financial statements, we have serious doubt. The auditor saying, disclosed in the latest 10Q, we have serious doubt about Mullen's ability to be an ongoing concern. That's how bad it was. Now the 5 billion dilution will help, and the reverse split will help because they can bump up the price, sell some more stock, get some more cash in the bank. So as painful as that will be for shareholders, it will help the company. So there's that. There is that. Do you want to talk? Let's see. Mediocre. Am I missing any questions on Bed Bath & Beyond? Let's get some BBBY questions out of the way.
I was going to tell you, I can't see any of the questions tonight for some reason. It's black.
Really? Can you guys see the comments on the sidebar?
I don't see it.
Yeah. Let me see if everyone else can see it. Blazin says he can see it. That is weird.
That's what I said.
J-Dog says if BBBY gets to 8 cents, going to load up. I mean, that's a reasonable risk, right? If it drops below 10 cents. I'm really torn. I was about to press the sell button on my puts when it started coming back up, because I do think there are a lot of retail people that will want to bid this thing up tomorrow. I do. I honestly do. I think there's a lot of people that will want to bid it up. The problem is, if they drop a Chapter 11 and you're buying into this momentary weakness right now, you're going to get absolutely decimated, I think. So wait.
I don't know. I wouldn't buy into it. I wouldn't buy into it on a regular day. That's me. I mean, people like that stock. You know, that's one of the.
It's always been one of the meme stocks.
Yeah. You know,
why don't you just tell us? I mean, this is a safe place. What is it that you don't like about BBBY?
Okay.
Is there a risk thing, or was it the financials? What was it?
It's a couple things. It's the same thing with other stocks, and I don't want to be the bad guy, but as you could see, what's going on with mom and pop stores and all these, you know, brick and mortar buildings, right? They're just getting decimated. People are buying online, and they made it so easy to buy online that it's crushing business. That's ultimately what's going on here. Let's be real. And I hate to say that, but it's true. You know,
Yep.
I don't understand. Well, first of all, that's the other thing. We talked about this last time too, right? Like real estate, the people who own the property that the business is renting from, right? Because most businesses don't own the property, they rent it, and they have to pay a portion of their profits to the real estate owner. That's in the contract that they sign. And if you don't believe me, just go look up a couple of real estate contracts and you'll see what I'm talking about.
Yep.
You know,
talking about like the triple net leasing.
Exactly.
I've owned some retail stores. So when I tell you that I'm not bullish on brick and mortar retail stores, I'm speaking from a place of experience. I've never had one that had 3,000 locations, but I'm familiar with the difficulties that they face.
You know, and it stinks, but I don't know. And it's not only Bed Bath and Beyond. It's a lot of companies are going to be struggling because of it. You know, and we're in an economic downturn on top of it, so that's not helping either.
I get asked a lot about certain retail stocks. Do you like such and such? I mean, pretty much there's not too many brick and mortar stores that I like, stocks that have inventory, except for maybe like a Costco.
Yeah.
Especially in a recessionary environment. It is really, really rough on them.
I mean, Home Depot and Lowe's are okay, I guess. Costco, BJ's.
Yeah, Home Depot and Lowe's. Those are some good ones. Thank you for mentioning those.
Yeah, because you know you're always going to need to make repairs at your home if something goes bad or something. Those stores are always going to be around, right? We already here's a perfect example: Home Depot and Lowe's. What'd they kill? They killed all these Ace, Rockies, all these other
small lumber yards.
Yep. So it's happening, and it's happening in a lot of different industries. Just gotta, I don't know, do some due diligence. That's what I say. You know, I'm not getting into a play that I can't get out of ahead of the game.
And if you're buying a Home Depot or Lowe's, I think it's also incumbent on you to understand what's going on in the housing industry, the mortgage industry, and like be able to make some predictions on how all of that could play out. Understand what happens to those stocks in high interest rate environments when no one's building new houses. You know, sometimes things can be bullish for those companies when you'd at least expect them to be bullish. We're not going to delve into Home Depot and Lowe's a lot tonight, but if you like those stocks, become expert in all of those things so that you know the cycles.
Yeah, those were just examples of brick and mortar businesses that are, different, right? Like your grocery store is probably not going to go anywhere. It's just not, because they're moving so much product. And I'm pretty sure most grocery stores own their property. Not all of them, but a lot of them do.
As anchor tenants. Yeah. We have a big chain here called HEB, and they go out and they buy all the major intersections, even way out of town where they know the future growth of the city is going. And they'll sit on that land for 10 years till the city moves out there. And then they'll develop the property, be the anchor tenant, and rent out all the rest of the space.
Yeah.
Or sell it to a developer, to do the thing and make them the anchor tenant.
So, I mean, there's a lot involved in looking into stuff. I'm just not a fan of those types of businesses right now, especially with rents going up and the economy and all that stuff. The real estate industry got hit hard. The guy who owns the property, he needs to pay the mortgage on that. I know people think rich people have all this money. They borrow money too.
Yep. The past few years have, for some landlords, especially your small property owners that have small apartment complexes or pocket full of duplexes and stuff, like 2020, 2021, when they couldn't collect rents and they couldn't enforce anything, that was really rough on some of those people.
Yep.
Someone asked me about Pfizer. I still have my Pfizer calls. Can't remember let me check and see if I have any Pfizer stock. And yeah, someone said, I wish I would have bought Amazon on a recent dip. I've owned Amazon before, and sorry, I can't remember everything I own, so I'm just logging into my account.
I mean, I could be wrong. I'm waiting on and I'll admit it. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But I'm kind of sitting back, relaxing, letting the market do what it's doing, because I believe we're going to have a pullback. And I think I'll get Amazon cheaper, but I think there's a possibility I could get Amazon cheaper.
You could. Yep. I'm in it at $88 on where is it now? 99. Let's change screens. So on this, I think it was on this earnings dip this is where I grabbed it. So I didn't get the bottom. The bottom has been $81. I'm in it. $88. The other one that's actually been pretty good for me is Meta, believe it or not.
Yeah.
I got in Meta recently. A lot of these blue chips, guys, I've been saying for a year, if you guys have been tuning in, wait for the sick dips on these. And because even if you don't like Meta, it was recently at $384. When they missed earnings right here, I snagged some at $99.02, and I'm already up almost 50%. And that was just 2 months ago. So not every play has to be a get rich tomorrow penny stock. You can pick good companies and wait for them to stumble and pick up a nice solid play that you can feel a lot more comfortable going to sleep at night at. And the other one that's been good for me that I waited a year to pick up. Tesla is at $160. And the cheapest I got it at on the recent dips was 106. So again, not quite the bottom. Oops, I just moved my. It got down as low as 101, but I had just bought at 106, and I usually like it to fall 15 to 20%, but I was willing to buy it anywhere between these two bands. And obviously it didn't get down as cheap as I thought. Maybe it will again in the future if we have a market crash. But that play is turning out well as also. So if that kind of thing is along, if you guys want to have a portfolio that is not just pump and dump plays. Sorry, I didn't realize you couldn't see the screen all this time. I recommend that you have a balance, or what I call a risk balance portfolio. So there's nothing wrong with playing the gambling stocks. I do it every day that I see something that looks interesting, but it's good to have a bench of good, solid companies with a long history of driving up and to the right on their charts. And right now they're all getting slammed. And I am convinced that your 5-year future self is going to thank you for buying these good, solid companies in this recessionary market.
Exactly. And that's why, and the other thing I've been doing too is I've been tracking Congress and the Senate, and I've gotten a couple good plays out of day trading, swing trading. I was swing trading some IAU, which is gold, and gold's.
Yep.
I wish I never got out of it. I made money on it, but it's up.
It surprised me that it kept running up, but I guess in light of the economy, it shouldn't be that surprising.
Exactly. But that's how I know. I'm like, man, I just got to sit back and wait.
I'm not going to talk. I'm not going to talk. What did Warren Buffett say?
Patience.
Patience. Yes. That's a staple word used on my channel. Patience. I don't remember if I learned that from Warren Buffett back in college, or if that's just something I thought of myself. But Warren Buffett and I, he was a freshman when I was a senior.
I don't know. That guy's loaded. I know that.
I also joke. That was a joke. I also joke sometimes. I used to babysit him when he was a toddler.
Oh, I know. I knew that was
because I'm old as fuck, you guys. All right. WISA, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on talking about other people's plays. WISA was never something that we really pushed on this channel, but you guys asked me about it a lot, so I've been following it. It was an excellent play, excellent call if you got in the first day, especially between 9 and 12, even 15 cents. But we saw this needle of death after hours, and there, if you stayed in it, then you had another needle of death right here. And you want to be out of these plays when you see that pattern. This is on the hourly. Plus, on the daily charts, the volume is high in the morning, and then it just keeps on trailing off. There's no follow through volume pushing these stocks to stay up. And on top of that, WISA had the 1 for 100 reverse split coming up, and they have not filed a 10Q or a 10K. That is something that you should not ignore. I think WISA was,
that's for sure.
Guys in the Discord, help me out. Is that correct on WISA? There's so many now that I'm looking at that haven't filed their required forms. I'm getting them mixed up, but at any rate, I know their financials are not solid. And what I talk about, kind of junky penny stocks, doing a reverse split is not going to save them. It's just going to keep them from moving down to the pink sheets. So it'll go up 100 times today's price. It'll be what, $11 tomorrow. And then I just, it's been in a downtrend. That downtrend is just going to continue because it was going to go down to a penny anyway. So, I mean, the stock is not getting support. Now, if it gets cheap enough, I've looked at their product line and I've heard the CEO talk. If it gets super, super cheap and you want to take a chance on them for an end of 2023 play, that might be okay. But just, that's a very speculative play to do something like that, and hope they survive. And they'll probably do dilution once they do the reverse split too.
I want to apologize to the chat. I'm sorry, I cannot see any comments. I don't know if you're saying anything to me, but I just wanted you guys to know I'm not ignoring anybody. If I just can't see anything.
Are you on a laptop?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So we talked about WISA. We talked about Bed Bath & Beyond. Do you want to go over anything on AMC real quick, and then we'll take whatever other tickers?
Oh, I could. There's a couple things I wanted to talk about because I noticed. Let me get out of my screen.
Adam Aaron had a tweet. We had a covenant waiver extension. A couple things to talk about on AMC.
Let me pull this window up here. Hold on.
By the way, while he's pulling that up, we just got back from seeing the movie Plane, Plane, Plane. Very good action movie. It's probably not gonna win any Academy Awards, but it was a solid performance by all the actors. Scarlett and I both enjoyed the movie. And if you like action movies and you're looking for something to go see, you've seen everything else, go see Plane. I think you will enjoy it if you like that genre of movies.
All right. So we looking at my chart?
I will in just a second. Let me switch.
Oh, no problem. I can't see it
All
on
right.
the screen.
Go ahead. You're up.
So, unfortunately, we dropped below the 50 moving average, but we're sitting right on this support at $5.21, which comes all the way back to this run up. So if we break below that, we're probably coming down to $4.90, roughly. If we break that, that's probably where it is. But I think we're gonna close somewhere based off of Max Payne. We're probably gonna close around roughly $5 tomorrow, I'm thinking. But Max Payne is $5.50, so we'll see. We could get some momentum to the upside. Well, I hope that happens. We are still consolidating. And it, just because we have a little dip here, it's not the end of the world. The good news though is, from what I can see here, and I care a lot about this on the let's make this a 3-year chart real quick. So the other thing I want to talk about is the 200 EMA. So we're going to highlight this whole area. So it calculates 200 candles. It comes all the way back to the $35 run up right here.
Yep.
And so the last candle is right around here somewhere at $18. So every day that passes, it drops off one of these candles and adds a new one on this end. Just so you guys understand kind of how the 200 works, that's kind of how it works. So the more higher number candles we drop off, the faster this number drops over here, to $10.78. The closer this gets to the stock price, the easier it's going to be to go bullish, because they do not want the stock price near this. Because when it gets near it, we have a run. That's
because the algos see that too. And I mean, the algos are looking at technical indicators. They can kick into a buying pattern.
Exactly.
And technical traders are looking at the same thing.
Exactly. And so the other thing I wanted to talk about is some people may have a different dollar amount for where their 200 is, and that's based off of setting. So I'm just going to show you where mine are and what mine are set to, because I've had people.
You're looking at the daily?
Yeah, the daily.
Yeah, I have tracking on mine the 200 moving average. You have the 200 EMA, right?
EMA, yeah.
Mine's at 796. What's yours at?
Mine's at $10.78.
I like mine a lot better, buddy.
I know you do. I like mine because it operates at support. It's been there for me a bunch of times, but I also have after hours turned off on my daily chart, which also changes it. But
Yeah,
here's my settings.
I'm just teasing you too. Everybody finds something that works for them.
Yeah, so I'm happy with mine, but I like your number too. Believe me, if it runs up past your number, I'm happy. So yeah, no, that's where we're at. So every day this 1078 is going to keep dropping, and every day Tony's is going to drop. And the closer that gets to the stock price, the easier it is for us to move up. I don't see them pushing us back to 377 or 3 whatever it was 3. I think that was pretty much the bottom, but who knows if they got the money to do it, maybe they can, but with the cost of borrow and all that, I just don't see it happening.
Yeah, there was a little anomaly this morning on Ortex. Did you see it with the cost to borrow? It dropped to like 45%.
Yeah, I think it was 25. They said.
And then it popped back up after lunch, and people were asking me why did I think that was, and I'm just thinking like a math person. When we compute average, we take the full range and we divide it by n. If there's 30 lenders reporting cost to borrow, what if I'm just saying a what if? What if the top 3 most expensive didn't report? So your calculation for the cost to borrow average would be only the remaining ones. And if all the expensive ones didn't report, obviously your average is going to be lower. And then at some point around lunch, they got the report in, or they got the data feed from those lenders, and it fixed back to exactly where it was. So that's my guess. I don't know. Did you think about that at all?
Well, yeah, I also think that, and I think it's correct, but I'm not certain that they can report it's self-reported data. So
it's self-reported by the lenders to Ortex. So if they didn't update it or they didn't report, then Ortex is just running its own algorithm. Here's all our inputs, divide by n, report the data. It's not. I think a lot of people think Ortex is reported by the shorts. It's reported by the lenders. So they say how many shares they have out, how many they have available, and what their cost to borrow is.
Yeah. So that's pretty interesting. But the news on AMC, a lot of people were saying that was bad news too, and I'm like, I don't understand. How is it bad news?
About what?
About Credit Suisse and I forget the other 2 banks, but we've owed them money since 2013. People don't realize that.
Did you dig into the waiver of
I think
the 8K on AMC that came out?
Yeah, I didn't really dig into it. It was more of what Adam Aaron said in his tweet. But Randall Cornett put out a video that I think is very good.
What did Randall say? Just give us the Reader's Digest version.
All right, so
on covenant suspension, that was the phrase I was looking for.
He basically said we owed him money since 2013. He brought the document up, showed everybody that, and basically they prolonged it, kicked it down the road until 2024, and allowed AMC to play with the money that Adam Aaron has.
I don't know. I haven't watched his video, but I was spending a little bit of time looking into this last night just to answer questions in the Discord.
It was a good video.
What I saw, let's see if this correlates with what Randall said. Yes, it started in 2013. It involves that senior revolving credit facility. I think there's on the latest 10Q, there's about $2 billion left on that.
Yeah,
and that is due in 2026. So one big question was, did they extend the date that we have to pay it? And my answer to that, based on refreshing my memory on all this stuff, because it's a lot to keep track of, all the debt that AMC has. It had nothing to do with the payment date. but there are covenants, or what I call rules or restrictions, when someone loans you money that you have to abide to as a company.
Right, he couldn't
And
spend the money.
there's a lot of things you can't do.
Yeah.
I think I posted a screenshot in the Discord of all the covenants, or maybe I just DM somebody, because I get all kinds of messages. But the covenant waiver means that in order, they're basically saying, all those restrictions that we gave you in order to have access to this credit facility, we're going to waive those restrictions for one more year. So now till March 2024. Why do they do that? Because they know that AMC is still in a bit of a rough spot, and they need some flexibility financially to do certain things to continue improving and growing the company and getting back to profitability. So
Yeah.
I agree with Adam Aaron. I saw some people on Twitter saying that was bad news. I don't understand how you could come to that conclusion. You can DM me if you think that I'm all washed up. DM me on Twitter. We can talk about it. I'd love to hear a good bear thesis why that is bad. But for a lender to say you can still have the money, and we're going to take away all the restrictions that we put on you to allow you to have flexibility to operate, I think that is a good thing. And I agree with Adam Aaron's tweet. The lenders are showing faith in AMC's ability to get back to a healthy position. Are we there yet? No, we're not there yet. We're a long way away from healthy, but we're on the path back to healthy.
Maybe he wanted to acquire something or something and needed the money.
Yeah, there was at least 10 covenants. So it is a good thing to have a waiver on those restrictions.
So I thought it was good news. I wasn't understanding why people were freaking out.
All right, Danny, let me see if I can find your question. Sorry, I'm just glancing over to the chat. Danny R. All I see is Lizzie Nice. I'm trying to move where you are. Woo. Dana says, since Mediocre can't see my comments, could you tell my friend that I send my love? There you go, Mediocre.
Thank you, Dana. How are you, honey?
All right, I'm reading comments now. So if you got a question, drop it in. Someone said, Anubis, do you guys think Big Tech and BlackRock is laying all these people off because they foresee the market going up? Big Tech, I worked in Big Tech, guys, for 15 years. When the economy gets rough, I always, as a manager, had to have my bottom 10% list. So of my staff, which varied from 10 to 50 people, depending on which job I was in at any given year at that company, I always had to have my bottom 10% list, so that if we got in a recessionary environment, we would lay off the bottom 10%. And that is what these big tech companies are doing. They're reading the tea leaves. They're punching the eject button early, cutting dead weight and improving efficiency and lowering their costs so that they can report the next quarter good. What were you going to say?
Every company is doing that. I don't even think it's just those companies in general. Right now, there's going to be a lot more layoffs. People don't. That's the number one thing that the Fed wants, I think.
Absolutely. They've made no secret about it. They want more layoffs. I've said that, and it makes people mad that Jerome Powell is saying that. But wage inflation, which is his primary thing that he's looking at, is only going to be fixed by a bunch of people getting laid off. So I've been saying for 6 months, especially in the Discord, that until we see massive layoffs, the Fed is going to keep their foot on your neck, on the economy's neck with these interest rates. They want more layoffs.
That's what I mean. Everybody's like, oh, we're getting a 0.25% increase on CPI. And I'm like, yeah, okay. And they're like, oh, it's bullish. And I'm like, you're adding 0.25% to CPI, to the interest rate. And people are like, it's bullish. Well, yeah, it's not 50 cents. I'm like, whatever. We'll see.
Jeffrey said, what exactly made Bed Bath & Beyond drop today? They got their credit cut off by their bank. So if you pull up the 10Q, scroll all the way to the bottom to the last section that said other, they defaulted on their payments to JP Morgan. And basically they are, I mean, that's a default, and you can't default to your creditor, you know, the people that are giving revolving credit. So that is one step, one more foot in the grave closer to bankruptcy. PM Righteous says, I think Party City's restructuring will work if they have a strong internet business plan. Yeah, Party City has massive stores, but like the only time I go in there is Halloween. I don't know. I don't have kids that are small to go in and buy all the birthday stuff. They have a super impressive collection. I'd rather go shop for that stuff in a store than online, so I know what kind of quality I'm getting, but it is very, very expensive to maintain. Can you imagine how many SKUs they have mediocre at Party City?
That's, yeah.
And SKUs for $2 necklaces, little plastic beads and shit.
That's the thing, and it's all China stuff.
Yeah.
And that's another part of the problem right there, right? Nothing's made here anymore. That hurts us.
All right. What other questions you guys got? I'm reading the chats. Any other tickers? What else was I watching today? We talked about NVOS. For some reason, Lou is talking about that one now.
No.
NVOS, I think it held its own today. It held at 14 cents.
Where do they find these plays? My God.
I think if I'm not mistaken, there was a press release that Goldman Sachs increased their position in NVOS. It's just so many I'm reading about every day. It's hard to keep it straight. Does that sound correct, or am I mixing that up with another play? At any rate, it doesn't matter why it got going. A lot of times I don't care why it got going. All I care about is, can it run up after that, and how high can it go?
What's the float on that thing?
That one is $41 million.
That's not terrible, I guess. It's pretty low. I like the lower ones though.
Let me see what I tweeted out about NVOS. Okay, here is the problem with here's the problem, mediocre. See, can you see here where it says that the
let me make this bigger. Hang on so I can read
the free float is 41 million shares on the NVOS.
Yeah.
Right here.
Yeah.
Here is why I spend, when I'm not on camera live during the day, I'm looking at filings, I'm reading shit. And what did I find but this other filing? Right here. This was from NVOS in the last day or so, showing all of these convertible notes. 6 million shares converted on January 17th. 5.7 million converted on January 18th. January 20th and 23rd, another 8 million converted. January 24th and 25th, another converted notes, 5.7 million shares. Following such issuance, the outstanding shares is now 88.8 million. So people are looking at Webull or their broker and saying, well, the float, it's a low float. I heard Lou say it today. It's a low float stock. He's clearly not reading any of the filings. The float is more than double what you're seeing, guys.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason this thing is getting stuck, why the price isn't moving, is because while you're trying to bid it up, the debt holders, the bond holders are selling you shares. and they're doubling the float. That's why you can't get any momentum on this stock. And okay, let's talk about what is good about that. The good thing is it's helping the company, right? They're getting debt off their balance sheet. The bad thing is you're paying for it. You're soaking up all those shares and you're getting hosed. And for people that are just momentum trading, that are wondering, why is this not moving? I don't understand. Why is it falling? I bought in and it just can't get any momentum, because they are fucking you over, the institutional debt holders. It's helping the CEO, it's helping the debt holders, it's helping the company, but you are paying the price. On top of that, a lot of these companies that people are watching right now, Created, GTII, Helbiz, all of them, not only do they all have convertible notes, a lot of them have warrants. And those warrants are also getting exercised, which is also increasing the float. So all these people talking big talk about, we want to kill the shorts, all the naked shorting. What they're not telling you, and the Helbiz CEO is especially bad about this, is they might not be diluting, but their debt holders are. The CEO might not be diluting, but these agreements were signed 2, 3, 6, 12 months ago. So he doesn't have to tell you, oh, I didn't do any dilution. Yeah, but your bondholder did. He just doubled your float, tripled your float. And you're not being really transparent like you say you are with retail investors. You're benefiting on their backs. And for momentum traders that don't do any DD, this can be a big gotcha. So that is why I share it. Not because I'm bearish on these companies. I've played some of these plays. I've made money on some of these plays. But I because I know all of these things are going on in the background, and I tell you guys, if you're following me or you're in the Discord, I tell you exactly what's happening so we can have reasonable exits and not bag hold shit.
That's, you can't you move a stock if there's somebody selling into the market with shares that you weren't expecting to be there.
And let's see, someone said, is Helbiz gone to the stock market grave? Helbiz has a couple of things they need to cure. They have a NASDAQ hearing coming up. Let me put up the Helbiz chart. Retail, Helbiz. They have the being under the $1 thing, and they have the fact that they have not filed a 10Q. Another company that did not file a quarterly report, and they didn't hold their annual shareholders meeting. Did you know that, Mediocre?
No.
Does that sound like something that's important?
Yes. I want to know you're a shareholder. You're part owner of the company.
If you can look me straight in the eye and say, I believe in this company, it's going to the moon, and you also understand that the company is being managed so sloppily that they can't even bother to pull together an annual shareholders meeting, I'm saying you're smoking crack. So in this hearing that's going to come up, NASDAQ is going to talk to Helbiz about, why did you have your annual shareholders meeting, and what are you going to do about being under $1? And Helbiz will say, well, we'd sure like an extension so that we can have another 180 days to do a reverse split. And the NASDAQ might say, okay, they might. But they also could, but then they're going to say, all right, what about the annual shareholders meeting? You didn't have that. We're not going to approve a 180-day extension.
I mean, it's a possibility.
It's a possibility, right? Now, I reviewed the criteria for delisting on NASDAQ. There actually is, they can, under certain circumstances, give them even an extension to do the shareholders meeting if there was cause for why they missed it. Was there cause? I'm not the person to answer that. What is NASDAQ hearing committee going to do with Helbiz? I have no damn clue. All I'm saying is the risk is elevated if you're in this play. You got to understand everything that's about to happen in the next couple days when this hearing happens. You could get a delisting with, they could, if the hearing doesn't go Helbiz's way, it's going to be delisted the next day. No ands, ifs, or buts. The other thing that could happen is they get an extension of, say, 30, 60 days to do the annual shareholders meeting, but you got to do an overnight reverse split, a la what happened to Cosmos. Cosmos had no option. When they came in their hearing, the NASDAQ told them, you've been out of compliance. There is not going to be any extension. Reverse split tonight or get delisted. That is what happened with Cosmos. And that could happen with Helbiz too. So I don't know what's going to happen. All I can tell you is the risk is high in this play. So all I want you to do is understand that as you make your own decision on what to do with the play. And they have been diluting through convertible debt. And they have a shelf offering too. I don't know. I mean, all of these companies that I'm looking at, Created, GTII, WISA, Helbiz, every single one of them's got convertible debt and shelves. And what's happening to you guys right now that are holding these stocks? I've been in some of them. I've made money on the run-ups, but I'm not holding them because I don't want to enrich bondholders. I get my money and get out. I'll take my first, second base hit, profit, get out.
I mean, let's talk about stop losses. I mean, if you're going to get into plays like this, you should be running with stop losses anyways.
Either logged stop losses or mental stop losses if you're able to watch it.
Mm-hmm.
Like I have the benefit of working from home, so I can watch them. I don't always put in a firm stop loss, but I'm watching it. And I already know what my stop loss is when I get in the trade. So generally that's like 10 to 20%. I scale it depending on what the price of the stock is and what the size of my position is. If it's a small position, I might have if it's a small position and I don't care if I lose it all, I might have a wider stop loss. But if it's a large position, $20,000, $30,000, $40,000, I'm going to have a very tight stop loss because I don't want to end the day being down $5,000, $10,000.
Exactly. I think stop losses are important, and and that's the thing. We have a lot of, I'm not saying everybody in here, but a lot of people see these plays and they're brand new to the market and they get in these plays because they're so cheap, and then they get stuck and they blow up their account. And I hate that for people,
Yep. It's very irritating to me watching what I call either the new investor or clickbait channels where they foster that mentality on these what I call trash companies. Like, it's fine to get in a momentum play, but the hardest thing to learn is when to punch the exit button. And I know the common response is going to be, well, why are you still holding AMC? Right? That's a fair question, because AMC is a multi-billion-dollar company that is in a recovery mode. At the point where if I saw something like another COVID or 2 or 3 quarters of flat or declining revenues and box office, I would change my mind. But we're coming up out of the hole. So right now it's still in recovery. A lot of these companies never once made a profit.
Yeah.
And
AMC is the largest theater company in the world, right? They're worldwide, not just
and they're number 2 competitors in bankruptcy. So they could be completely off the table. Like that could dramatically change AMC's profits if Regal and Cinemark does not come back to life. I don't know what's going to happen, but imagine if half the screens around the world are just gone.
And how did that happen? Retail investors supported the company.
They
help it.
supported AMC, but not Regal.
Exactly. So that's why people like me and Tony hold AMC. You know, we watch it every day, so we kind of know what's going on with it. And I'll be honest, like I didn't do TA on AMC for weeks because there was no reason to. But as of recently, we got a reason to be doing it. We're getting close to a move. That's right. Trailing stop losses, owning the float. I like that. That's
I
what
love
use.
trailing stop losses too, especially if you're up on a play. Like if some of these runners, you get up 1, 2, 300%, some of them. And we've seen that in this past week. And we had a bunch in 2021. I will always put in on those a trailing stop loss.
There's only one thing I dislike about trailing stop losses, and I'll tell you.
What's that?
It's not a limit order. It's a market order when you get triggered. So
Yep.
it may not be the exact price that your stop loss was sitting at.
But if I'm up 300%, and I have a trailing stop loss for a 10% drop, I'm okay with that. I'm not looking for an exact fill. I'm just trying to maintain my profit, the majority of it.
Yeah.
Who is this? Blau and Grana. Hola, Antonio de Valencia, España. Hablas español, italiano, alemán. I forget how to say French. Y juegas fútbol. Sí, 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 no, y sí.
I can only read that in English.
I forget how you say parlez-vous français? I forget how do you say, do you speak Spanish? Do you speak French in Spanish? Hablas français? Fuck, I can't remember the word.
I don't know.
It's Frencho, someone says. Davinder. It's hablas el Frencho?
Funny stuff.
Hablas francés.
Frencho. What kind of cigar you got tonight, Tony?
I love languages, guys. I took in high school, I took 5 years of Spanish, 4 years of Latin, 3 years of Greek. And in college, I took 2 years of Russian and 2 years of Spanish extra. So I had 7 years of Spanish. And then I've taken conversational Italian. I always talk about these improving yourself, challenging yourself, and, as a human being, as a man. That's why I took conversational Italian. That's why I took acting lessons to kind of get out of my little box, and dancing lessons also, parachuting, skydiving. I'm always doing things to challenge myself and learn something new. And a musical instrument is next on the list. I think it's going to be guitar. So if I start covering a guitar stock, please, or Music Center or whatever, please don't call me a shill. He's a paid shill. He's playing guitar and he's covering a Music City. Guys, I like doing new things and learning new things. Don't hold it against me.
Tony, I just got to tell you, I'm mediocre at best.
I rarely become experts at these things, but I become better than I was. I
don't mind being mediocre. I like it. I'm just the average freaking Joe, baby. That's it. What kind of cigar is that?
This is a Romeo y Julieta Reserve. It's actually not bad.
You have a humidor?
I've got a small cedar box next to me, but I need to upgrade it. This one got damaged in a move, so the hinge on the lid, the lid, or maybe I could just fix it with some wood glue and clamps. I'm just being lazy. I've got wood glue and clamps in my garage, but I really want to upgrade it to one that has a, what do you call it? A hygrometer that measures the humidity. Yep. I want to see it on the outside. Mine, you have to lift the lid to see the humidity level, which is kind of like self-defeating because you're letting the humidity out.
Yep.
So I was actually pricing them the other day. yesterday, maybe, and they're like, I can get a similar one for like $99. I don't smoke. I don't need storage for 500 cigars. 20
Yeah,
or 30 is enough. So small cedar box.
once in a great while I'll smoke a fresh one. That's about it. I used to smoke cigarettes, so I don't smoke. Nicotine bugs the shit out of me.
Dream of Stuff says, Tony, I have one language, one sport, and one wife.
Dream of stuff. I dream of stuff.
I in high school, look, my frame size was not built for football, so I played soccer most of my life, and then they asked me to run track, especially the long distance stuff in high school. So those are my sports. I tried baseball and basketball, but I sucked at them. So soccer, I was pretty good. We won state one time. I was team captain in high school, and I made the all-city team, whatever that means. It got your photo in the paper. I played on a club league and my school league. So at times I was playing I was practicing with two teams at the same time. Wasn't really good all my life until about maybe my junior year in high school. Something clicked. Maybe I got my athleticism or reaction time finally all clicked.
I only played football.
Well, you're a little bigger guy than me.
I don't think so. I got a concussion and I was done freshman year. That ain't happening again. I was small. I was a offensive end, and I was really fast. And they made a play for me. Well, an end reverse. They didn't do a lot of those plays, but I was so fast that they wanted to do an end reverse. And so, yeah, as soon as I got the ball behind the center from the quarterback, I was slammed.
My buddies were always getting broken arms, broken collarbones, broken legs playing football. I was like, yeah, I think I could do it without that, but I still had a broken ankle and a broken finger from a soccer ball that someone kicked it, and for whatever reason it hit my hand, and it was this middle finger went boop right at the knuckle. So I just grabbed it and popped it back in and finished the game, but it was screwed up. I had to go to physical therapy for several months to be able to bend it.
Yeah.
Bill Clinton had his own personal humidor.
Oh, yes, he did. You guys are rotten, man. I swear to God.
Christopher says, if you're ever in Birmingham, come shred some chords with Teddy. Well, I'm going to be starting hopefully this year at rank beginner level. So you're going to have to give me some time. Maybe Teddy can start offering online guitar lessons.
I want to try.
Yeah, I feel like if I die and I haven't learned to play a single musical instrument, I would have regrets.
Yeah, see, I never played nothing either. I should try though. I see people like well, my daughter, she could be a really good drummer if she wanted to be, but she won't.
Both of my boys played musical instruments in high school, and I think that helped both of them. I was envious and glad that they had the opportunity to do that. There were my younger one was also a good athlete. He played soccer. Let's see. Why is Gamble Esports a hold? Someone is asking. I don't know. I haven't looked into this one. I've seen people talking about it. I've done zero due diligence on it. I see the chart here. This is looking like what we call the needle of death.
Mm-hmm.
So it would just be my guess, based on seeing this pattern a bunch of times, that this play is probably done. That is not a prediction. I've done zero DD on this company. I know I've not looked at any filings. But when it runs up from 6 cents to 23 cents, that's a pretty good play. And I know sometimes you get a drop all the way down, then you get a resurgence. But I would just imagine, especially seeing that the volume's dropping off also, that tomorrow's probably not going to be a good day for that stock. What do you think, Mediocre?
I have a question for Paul.
Yeah.
And you, Tony. These companies that rate stocks, right? At what price was that stock rated to hold at? You need to ask yourself that question. You know, just because it ran up, say it was a hold at 6 cents and it ran up, what price does it stop being a hold? If it's coming right back down.
The 13 also crossed under the 48 this morning, which is also not a
it's a bearish move.
Not a bullish signal.
Nope. So that's going to continue to drop.
Most likely going to continue down. Danny says he's a long distance runner also. Now I just coach. Huh?
That's his nickname, D Runner.
D Runner. Oh yeah, I forgot my youngest son, the one that's a sophomore in college now. They asked him to run track too. So I guess he did the same as I did. He played soccer and ran long distance. He can smoke me in running. Not only because I'm old, but he's fast as fuck. and I got a bad knee. My knee injury is still bothering me. So
Tony did make a meme about him.
Did they make him about my kid?
You never heard that meme?
The fast as fuck
you don't
meme?
watch TikTok, do you, Tony?
No, not a whole lot. He did have he had a nickname on his soccer team. They called him the Wall. He played like sweeper or stopper, which was also coincidentally the same position that I played. He's a lot like me, that youngin'. What do I think of Intel? You got any thoughts on Intel? I'll pull up the chart.
I mean, it's a good stock. I wouldn't
30 bucks.
I'm never for a pullback, but I mean, look how far it's down.
It's below the 200.
Yeah, but that's my opinion. I day trade too. That's the other thing. So it's hard to say, I would buy and hold where I could buy the dip, sell the rip, buy the dip, sell the rip. You know what I mean? It is what it is. But as far as where it's at in price, I think it's worth the money. I think it's a good company. I think it's safe.
I like the company also overall, but the last time that I actually owned Intel was back in the late 90s. So in this run up, you see, of course, I'm sure they've probably had stock splits since then, but the late 90s, $4 up to 51 bucks. This was when I was working in high tech and I was really plugged into these semiconductor companies. This was when I was trading it. And then they kind of lost their dominance. Other players came in. PCs became less of a thing. Apple started becoming a thing. And I just lost interest in trading Intel. But all that being said, if you look at the overall trajectory all the way back from inception, this is a solid company to own if you can pick it up cheap.
Just look where 200 is.
On my chart, it's at 27 bucks. So
right.
We're at 30 right now. So I would say if you have a long enough outlook, 5 or 10 years, and you think that computers are going to be part of our future, that it might be a good time to add some.
Exactly.
Based on the chart. I have not looked at their financials.
Nor have I. I'm just saying, it's a pretty solid company based off of what I know.
The ones I like, guys, are the ones that start out in this bottom left corner and slope up to the right. And I like to buy them when they're getting beaten down like Intel is right now. I should probably add this to my list to go figure out why they're getting beaten down so much. Probably something to do with the problem with semiconductors and then the glut. And I think that's about to turn around. There was a shortage, then there was a glut.
Yeah, I also like AMD. And AMD got some legs and started to move not a week and a half ago. I made some money on that, but I got out too soon.
Let's see what the AMD chart looks like. Yeah, man, they had a huge run up starting in 2018, 2019. And then they've lost almost all of that. But if we go back and the 200 is all the way down at $23.
Mm-hmm.
Recent low, $61, current high, 75. Since I'm not anxious to get in semiconductor stocks right now, I would consider look, they're not high on my list of stuff that I'm looking to own, but if we had another market crash that took these down, took a AMD down closer to the 200, I would consider it. That's nothing against AMD at all. I don't really care to own semiconductor stocks right now. That's just a personal preference.
But those are the ones I like to day trade. That kind of stuff. Because if you get stuck, you're not paying attention, you don't got a stop loss. I'm not telling you to do that, but I sometimes do. It could turn around the next day or a couple days, a week, a month. It moves. It doesn't just sit there.
They're not going to stop making computers tomorrow, is what you're saying.
Yeah. And there's a big W right there, so.
Yep. I don't regularly watch Meet Kevin Dream of Stuff. He blocked me on Twitter because I dared to question him about Ape. So I used to watch a lot of Meet Kevin before I started my own YouTube channel. I just don't have time now. And my time is spent answering your guys' questions or doing the DD to answer your questions or understand what's going on in these plays. So unfortunately, I don't know what he said.
I don't get a chance to watch a lot of people, to be honest. I try, but it doesn't always happen.
Blazin, do you want to come on and talk to us about Intel? If it's a stock you're playing, I'll shoot you an invite. Intel is down because of the copper shortage, Devindo says. Is that I never know if this guy's joking or not. Devindo Vasher. He's just on here to hit on Karen.
Well, I hope there's a copper shortage because I got a bunch sitting in the backyard. I'll be going right to this scrapyard.
Proud Moss says anything about Truth Social SPAC. I was following Truth Social really closely a couple months ago, and I kind of got out of the habit. They just kept on punting that vote for the SPAC merger down the road. And to be honest, I haven't looked at it in 4 to 6 weeks. I don't know where they're at on that. If you guys are following,
I need to do some research because I hold that.
Oh, you hold it?
Mm-hmm.
What's the ticker again?
DWAC.
Oh yeah, that's DWAC. Okay. Yeah, I like to play DWAC when there's momentum going on it. It's not something because of the risk of that merger and everything else, the uncertainty with Trump. It's not something that I want to hold.
I got stuck. I need to do some averaging down before I do anything.
I think all of these plays like DWAC, if there's good news and you're able to buy it cheap or average down like you, if there is news and it doesn't the whole thing doesn't fall apart, you'll get some momentum bumps to be able to trade out of it.
Yeah, that's why I want to average down.
Yeah.
Because I heard Trump's going, I guess he's able to go back on Meta, Facebook or whatever. I know he's able to go back on Twitter, but he hasn't made an appearance, so I don't know. I don't know what he's going to do, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
If he shows up on those platforms, though, I don't think that's good for DWAC. Just my opinion of it.
Blazin, you don't need a camera since I know you from the Discord. I can just put an invite. Let me just go in the voice chat on Discord, Blazin, if you want to come in and just talk. I'm going to go in the live stream voice channel, and we'll be able to. I think we'll be able to hear you. I might need to turn on system audio. I'll wait and see if you show up in there, because otherwise I think Blazin is gonna. I mean, we might. Okay, here he is. I'm gonna put you on mute. Can you put your mic on mute for 1 second, Mediocre?
Yeah.
So we don't get an echo. All right, Blazin, are you there? I see that you're talking, but I can't hear you. Can you guys hear him? I'm going to check my sound settings real quick. I have the tab unmuted. Negative, they can't hear you. All right, Blazin, I'll tell you what, I'm going to just put an invite to the live stream in. I'm going to shoot you a DM. Then we don't need to mess with Discord. And you don't need a camera. All right, you got it on its way to you. All right, Mediocre, you can unmute your mic. It was probably my fault, Blazin.
Hello.
What's up, amigo?
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Doing swell. How's trading
Awesome.
going for you?
Not too bad.
What you got for us on Intel?
Not a ton. I already typed it in that I don't have a whole lot to say, but yeah.
So what did you tell me? Remind me what you DM'd me.
Just I was looking at some long dated call for Intel. I think they were in June, July. I'd have to DM.
June, July call options and what strike range?
Let me have a look.
I got the chart up on the screen. Mediocre, I don't know if you heard me, but you can unmute your mic now. I just brought him in to the live stream instead of Discord.
Perfect.
I was looking at the $35 strike.
We're echoing, Tony.
Huh?
We're echoing a little bit.
Are we echoing? Mute. Okay, now we should be good. $35 strikes. I like those. It's close to the current price. And we were at $35. How long ago? It's been August since we've been at $35. How'd you pick that strike?
Let me have a look at the chart.
And while you're looking at that, what's your general thoughts on crypto? Because I know you do a lot of crypto day trading.
Can I share my screen? Is that possible?
Yep.
How do I do that?
The cog wheel down at the bottom, there's a little monitor icon with an arrow pointing up.
Okay.
or maybe not the cogwheel, but you should have an icon with the arrow pointing up. Let's see if the echo is not here when I turn my screen off. Let's put Blazon's screen up. All right. Your
So
screen
you
is
asked
up.
where I got the $35 from. It's basically from this resistance level right here on the daily chart.
Okay.
34.75 or thereabouts.
Have you looked at their financials or their management expectations for this year, for the first
I'm
half?
not gonna lie, I have not. You know me, I'm a bit of a gambler.
I know you are.
But
right.
Right after I bought the calls, I went in and bought some shares as well, just in case, you know.
So you're hedging your options with shares?
More or less, yeah, if you want to think of it that way. Like I'm fairly bullish on Intel in the short term and long term, honestly, assuming that the market doesn't crash tomorrow or whatever.
That was
but
a bit of a sarcasm comment for those who don't know me yet. Some of you get that joke.
I must have missed it. What'd you say?
I said you're hedging your options with shares.
Okay, right, yeah. I thought you were being serious because, like, I kind of am if you think about it that way.
Did you just say
that is
that?
literally the way it happened too. I bought the calls first, and then I thought, you know, if it doesn't work out, even though I gave myself nearly 6 months, but if it doesn't work out, then at least I have the shares.
Grandpa Barney, what's up, amigo? All right. Thank you for that, Blazon. I need to take a look at Intel and AMD both because I'm looking. I don't have anything in that segment. I'm not super excited about buying semiconductors. Like I said, I'd be more likely to look at them if we have another market crash. But talk to us about your thoughts on crypto, because I know that's kind of your sweet spot.
I mean, my thoughts basically is with FTX collapse, I think whatever we were expecting, now you kind of have to add another, I don't know, year or two just to gain people's trust back, I think, before we see those all-time highs again.
We're at 22.8 right now. What are you thinking? Like 22.8. And we've been in this range since January 19th, this level. Is it just since? Yeah. Am I on Bitcoin? Yep. We've been around 23, just shy of 24,000. Oh no, we're at 22.8. 22.8. Is that what I said? Are you thinking that we're more likely to retrace down closer to 16 or consolidate at this level for a while?
You know, I think it really completely depends on what the market does. Like I follow the SPY,
Okay.
and I find that you can basically tell what Bitcoin is going to do based on what the SPY is doing, and vice versa sometimes.
It's funny how we got in that trap. We used to think that, oh, we'll just buy crypto and then we'll be isolated from the market. And now they've almost running in sync now.
The thing with crypto is there's so many different reasons why it's falling, at this point, like with FTX. And I mean, it started with like what, Three Arrows Capital and everything else. It all just went to shit, right? So,
and then Gemini going under now too.
Right. So, I mean, crypto was already a risky, idea for a lot of people. And then after everything happened with FTX, it's just like, in my mind, the public lost a lot of trust in crypto, and the people who were dabbling in it are not really going to anymore for a while, I don't think.
Mediocre, are you doing any crypto trading?
Nope, not since the crash. I
Case in point.
I still got some shares at 60. I can't remember what it was at. It was up high, 58 or something like that. I can't remember. I never sold them. I just left it. I should probably average it down though.
Cancel Bubble says Intel just had a horrible quarter, down almost 10% in after hours. Did they just announce today?
Oh yeah, they are too. I'm watching that. Yeah, down 2704. Well, goddamn.
Well, goddamn.
What do you guys think of the spreads on crypto?
What do you mean by the spreads?
The mid price and stuff like that.
I don't look at that when I'm buying it, because when I'm buying it, it's for like 5-10 year hold.
Yeah.
I can't say I've really paid a lot of attention to the spread most of the time. I trade on Binance mostly, so there's a lot of liquidity. So the bid-ask spread is very small.
Devindo says the blinky light thing hasn't blinked in a while. Yeah, I don't control that. You guys control that, Devindo.
Oh yeah, Tony. So when you do eventually get into buying semiconductor companies, I would recommend that you look into TSM, Taiwan Semiconductor Company,
Okay.
or Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company. I posted about it under the politics section, I think, at some point, just because of the whole like geopolitical situation between China and the U.S. with like control of the semiconductor industry.
Yep. They've
So
had a nice run.
Yeah, they have. Yeah, I bought in like at the bottom, basically, thankfully. But they basically specialize in fabs, which are like the fabrication plants that the chips are actually built at.
Yep.
So they don't actually like design the chips or anything like, like Intel and stuff like that. So most, I think it's like 92% of the chips that are 10 nanometer and smaller are coming from TSM, which is like obviously a huge amount into North America.
Yeah, that's a pretty bullish chart. All right, I'm going to add that to my list. And all my free time, I need to start looking at semiconductor stocks. Maybe something to do this weekend when we don't have all this other nonsense going on.
I like semiconductor stocks. I just, they're all expensive is the problem.
Yeah.
Hey, Grandpa, how are you?
I feel like you never know when to get in either. Like, it looks bullish right now, but who knows?
PE ratio on TSM is 14.6, trailing 12 months, 23 forward. Intel is 9.28, trailing 15 forward. So Intel actually looks, obviously we need to look at their quarterlies, but more undervalued. And wow, AMD is 40 PE ratio, trailing 12 months, and only 20 forward. Interesting. All right, there's a couple of good ones to consider.
And I don't know if you've seen earlier when I typed it into the chat, but Intel is actually creating a fab in Ohio. Which is
that
like
was the
really
one that was the big debate about the tax rebates or whatever.
I'm not really sure, but it's a $100 billion project. And,
guys, if you've been following that or you're in Ohio, I forget? I remember reading about it. There was a lot of controversy about the tax credits that they were being offered to build that fab here. Did it get passed or not? Since I don't follow this sector super close, I didn't end up hearing the final answer.
Well, I know that in general, the U.S. isn't okay with having 92% of their supply of chips coming from Taiwan. Like they want the supply coming from somewhere local. It's
not a great idea. I don't know why we would let all of our manufacturing go overseas, especially to China, which is where a lot of it is. We need to start looking at other countries or bringing shit back home, especially military critical industries like semiconductor manufacturing.
Yeah, we need that stuff at home, to be honest. I think that's a big part of what's going on too. So, I mean, I like the semiconductors because I think they're pretty low right now, to be honest.
$644 million loss on earnings. Damn.
Gosh damn. That's Intel.
Galaxy says Intel is the best bang for the buck.
Shit.
Yeah, I mean, I think, if you buy them on a big miss, maybe today's not the best day to buy it. Wait and see what happens in the next couple of days. But if you buy them on a big miss and you're bullish, they have pretty good management in general. They figured the shit out. But some of these things are cyclical due to the economy and inventory and whatever products they have currently out versus in the pipeline. So long term, it could be a good play, especially if it's the relatively cheapest one to buy in terms of PE ratio. Wired Ape, what's up, buddy? 2x, that dude gave bad advice on Intel and Taiwan. Have a good night. Oh, well, what's the good advice? What should we buy?
Wait, is he talking about me? What did I say?
I would guess so. I wish he would have added.
Did I give advice? I don't think I gave any advice.
No, you're just giving your opinion. But
Yeah.
I wish you would have
I
said.
didn't even say it's going to go up.
You just said you bought some shares.
Right. What
Yeah,
fucking advice are you talking about, bud?
There's no advice on this channel, guys. You ask questions and we answer them what we're doing. Don't ever take.
And we were just talking about the semiconductor industry as a whole. That's in the semiconductor industry. I don't understand.
The only advice I have for you is to clean out your fucking ears, bud.
Oh, well.
Oh my god!
I hope Wired's still around so he can tell us what part he, what his counter argument was. And if you don't like something, that's fine. No one has a problem with that. But what do you think besides just disagreeing with someone?
I think any kind of research is good, and I try to do research on stuff I'm putting my money in. I'll say that. So if it doesn't turn out to be good, don't put your money in it.
Big B says NVIDIA is the only strong player. Yeah, I feel like if I was going to invest in one, NVIDIA would be top of my list, but I haven't done a comparison. They got beat down from 346 down to 108. Golly, that sure would have been nice. And now they're at 198. Jeez.
Yeah, I've been averaging down on NVIDIA the whole time as well. I'm definitely more bullish on them overall than I am NVIDIA, but... Or Intel, I mean.
Yep. And PE ratio 84. They are pricey. 84 trailing, 60 forward. All right, guys. We've covered most of the topics that we wanted to cover, so we're here to answer your questions. I don't want to be here all night tonight, but we can take solid questions if you have them. Just as a reminder, if you're tuning in, all the stuff that we've talked about tonight, some of it is going to piss people off because we're talking filings of companies. We're talking about what the companies are telling you. We're not trying to sugarcoat stuff. This is maybe a different type channel than what you're used to. We not only do technical analysis, but at least me specifically, I spend a lot of time looking at what is the company saying? What are the financials saying? And so just bear in mind as you're seeing my tweets or my community posts, I'm never trying to seem bearish on a play or talk you out of a play. Many times I'm in those plays, but I feel like I have an obligation to give you the full picture, not the clickbait shit, like the people that make a Mullen video saying, I'm going to buy it because the car is pretty. That is not a joke. I saw a video out there that said that. Zero other DD other than the car is pretty. I feel like that type of clickbait nonsense is, you're going to lose money if that is what you're tuning into. If you're just listening to people that are telling you what you want to hear, I get it. I might not be popular. What I say might not always fulfill the conviction or the hopium that you came here for. But I just want to give you a balanced view so that you either wait for a really good entry if you love the company, or if you're trading it, momentum trading it, that you have realistic targets in your mind of when to get out with a profit and not bag hold shit. That's all.
Yeah. Give you an open-minded look at more information than what's being told to you. You know,
Yeah,
ultimately.
I find a lot of the information on YouTube and Twitter is very, very clickbaity, hopium-ish, with zero consideration to any risk. And I just don't trade that way. I'm always looking at not only the pros, but what are the cons. And I'll still jump in a day trade. Sometimes I'll swing it overnight, but the risk is something that you shouldn't be ignoring.
Yep. Don't play with money you're
Don't
not
do Intel, man.
willing to lose.
That also, like the little 60-second thing that I roll at the beginning of my live streams. What was it that you said? Mediocre, don't what?
Don't play with money that you're
That
not
you
willing
can't
to lose.
And the corollary to that is, if you're playing with money that you can't afford to lose, don't put it all in one stock.
You know,
Like if your entire portfolio, if you're day trading or momentum trading, and you're putting everything you got in one play, you are going to blow out your account. It's not a matter of if, it's just a matter of when. So the sooner you can get in the habit of, it's gonna slow you down in getting, your account built to where you want, but try and limit your plays to a percentage of your account would be my general advice. So if you do screw it up, you're not blowing out the entire thing.
and stop loss is very important. If you don't know about them, learn about them. You know, they will protect your account.
And I would just say take everything that you hear with a grain of salt. Like I see some comments talking about Trey said something about Intel in the past, and maybe someone lost some money on some call options. I very much doubt that Trey told you to buy those calls straight up. You might have thought that what he said was bullish, and so you went out and bought those, but that was your choice.
I don't know. I mean, there are some channels that just pump buying and selling of options, but I feel like the people that are focusing on that don't often tell you when they're losing money on options. And I've been trading options for a long time. It's easy to make money on them in a bull market. It's a lot harder right now. So the amount of options trading that I'm doing is way less than than I do in a bull market.
I trade options all the time, but I haven't been trading options lately. It's too risky. You don't know which way the thing's going to go.
It is really tough in a ping-pongy market with uncertainty to the Fed and Ukraine and all this other stuff. You can be up. We just had someone that was up considerably on AMC calls, and then like by the afternoon they were already negative. So if you're up, don't be scared to take a profit. That's the name of the game every day, is lock some green in. You don't have, not all of them have to be a home run. What?
I said weekly options could kill you if you're in the wrong direction.
Yep.
If you miss, you got to cut your losses. You got to, I mean, I'm not playing options right now because the overall market in general is choppy as hell. That's just the truth. I sat for 2 days and didn't trade pretty much nothing. I actually got into a momentum trade, and I took a $9 loss because I did not. It was going to go the other way, and it was easier for me just to take the $9 loss. So it is what it is. You got to be willing to take that loss so you can turn around and make, 40, 50, 60, whatever it is, late in the next trade.
Yeah.
Damrick is asking about execs selling shares on January 3rd. Is this about all the board members that had those Form 4s in AMC? And people were saying they're selling shares. What I saw, if that's what we're talking about, is they all got their RSUs vested, their restricted stock units. They got them vested, and when you get shares vested, you've got to still pay taxes on it. So one way that you can pay the tax is by withholding some of the shares to pay tax or selling some of the shares to pay tax. So any selling that was done, with the exception of Sean Goodman, who did legit sell some shares, most of them were just paying tax. And you had to go read all the fine print. But how do I know that? Like I said, I was in the tech world for 15 years, corporate life, and a good percentage of my pay was from stock option grants. And that's what I did when I was taking a vesting or converting it to shares. I would have them withhold a portion to pay the tax. So I understand how that works, and it's a very normal thing for people with grants to do.
I also think that everybody was getting worried. And Adam Aaron said that he wanted the board to cut his pay and bonuses or something like that. I remember that came out too. I'm not sure whatever happened with it, but I know that he asked the board to do that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was a nice gesture. Is it really meaningful to the bottom line of the company? Not really. And the bulk of his pay doesn't come from salary anyways.
Comes from
But
shares.
what I'd like to see him do is cut his base salary considerably down and redistribute that money to the hourly workers. You know, the millions of dollars that he makes for base salary. Why don't you cut that down to like 2 million and give everybody, all your frontline workers, a raise? Even if he cut his base salary, you know, just to save the company money, it's not a meaningful amount. They're losing so much. $10-15 million pay cut for Adam Aaron over a year is not meaningful to the company, but it would be meaningful if you distribute that to all the frontline workers. That could be a nice little pay bump for each of them.
Yeah.
That's the type of leadership I think Adam Aaron should be doing right now, retaining key workers and what I'm sure is a difficult period to retain good people because of the wage inflation. Give them all a pay raise, Adam.
No, I mean, it is, you can't even get people to work today. A lot of people don't want to work.
Yeah. Yep. Scavenger, what's up? I had to catch Scavenger's live stream on replay the other day. Sorry, I didn't drop in for whatever reason. Scavenger, I didn't get a notice, but if you ever want to hang out, just shoot me a message. I'll be happy to stop in yours. There are a certain set of people that I always try and send invites to. And tonight was a little rushed because we just got back from a movie. By the way, one other shout out for the movie Plane. Who is it? Gerard Butler? Is that his name?
Was it good, Tony?
Yes, it was good. Scarlett and I both enjoyed it. We went to an early screening on a Thursday, so we pretty much had the small theater to ourselves. It felt like a private theater rental. And if you like action movies, that was a good movie. Is it going to win any Academy Awards? No, but it was an enjoyable 1 hour and 45-minute experience. And I thought the acting was well, the script was good. There were a couple of surprises. Like I couldn't exactly figure out the plot. I'm pretty good at figuring out. I hate it when movies are so poorly written that you always know exactly what's going to happen next.
Yeah.
Yeah. This one was not like that.
Well, that's good. That is good. I gotta get Tony on TikTok.
I have a TikTok and I have a Instagram, but I got them with the intention of like posting content to them. And everybody always tells me you need to get on there and post content because everybody else is doing it. But it's just finding the time of day to do that shit.
Hey, Blazin.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, you think Tony knows about the TikTok, Tony and Ezekiel?
Yes.
Hey, Tony.
I don't want to
Tony!
do that.
Yes. I
Fuck
know
you,
that one.
Tony.
Fuck you! What's your name?
He
Ezekiel.
does know. Oh, dude, I so bad wanted to do that.
I love that one. I bring it up every few months. Have you seen the original short film that it came from?
no.
I haven't.
Everybody's seen the dog and the deer, right?
Yes.
But this came from a short film. I want you to look up the original. It's about a 5-minute movie.
Okay.
Do that for me.
I will. That's my favorite one. I call them TikTok memes. I love those. I don't know what else to call them, but that's one of my favorites.
So Broke Ape is asking about IRBO, which I just looked up as a ETF for robotics and artificial intelligence.
Yeah. How's it doing?
It looks okay on the daily. Like it looks like it's kind of forming like an inverse head and shoulders. I've never heard about it until just now. I'm just trying to find the holdings of the ETF.
I'm looking up Carvana because that was another question.
I think they're going to file bankruptcy, Tony, on that one.
Yeah, I don't remember that the news is good on Carvana. It's fallen from $376 to $3.55. So
Yeah, I made a bunch of money on puts.
currently at 650. Short interest is at 67%. I mean, used car market, we were talking about this a couple nights ago. If you guys weren't here, I follow some YouTubers that are in that industry that go to car auctions and stuff. And they are telling me that like half the cars that are coming up to auction are no bids, which means the bank that repossessed the car is they won't take the price that people are bidding because they're so the bids are coming in so below the value of what they owe, what they, what the loan was that they had out on it. And so they just move it, no bid, move it to the back of the lot, bring it back next week. The car business is upside down right now. And, this is not a good business model.
And this is
Carvana.
This is part of what's going on with the economy that people aren't realizing is happening. And you're 100% right. I know people's the same thing, and it's nuts right now, absolutely nuts. So Carvana's underwater big time because they were buying all those cars from people. What's the other one there? There's another one. They're not in as much trouble, but what's that one where maybe that is Carvana too. I can't think of it, but they'll look at your card and offer you a price for it. They were overpaying because car prices were so high because they weren't producing cars in 2020. So all that stuff that happened is going to come back and haunt us. And that's pretty much what's happening, I think, anyway.
I see a lot of dangerous headlines. I have not been watching Carvana, so I can't speak to it. I don't like talking about stuff that I haven't researched. But knowing what I know about the used car market right now, and that, there are Tesla cutting their prices, the inventory of repossessions and trade-ins piling up at the auction houses and dealership lots. The dealers aren't even sending all their cars to the auction houses because they already have too much inventory over there. It's just, it's going to be a rough time for Carvana. I think, just on my limited knowledge, that's all I can say. And the chart is pretty close to the bottom. So that's a good question. Are they filing for bankruptcy, or if they risk at bankruptcy? I don't know. It's not a ticker I follow.
I think they announced it. I'm not sure. I can't remember, but that was one of the reasons why I bought puts on it.
The vendor says, how do I blinky light thing? You have to, well, you know how it is. It's a super chat thing, the vendor. I have it connected through the Internet of Things. Did you know you could tie lights into YouTube?
No, I had no
I
idea.
did not.
Yeah, if I get a super chat, all those lights back there start blinking. I'm gonna do some other fun stuff like maybe have an automatic pie thing, smash me in the face.
Oh, that's a good one.
Bubble machines.
I donate to that, Tony.
For all the people that hate me.
Yeah.
It's like that
$20
digital version of the dunk tank.
Yeah, $20 super chat to pie me in the face if I said something you don't like.
Love it.
Or slime, a slime machine. I got all sorts of ideas. I'm busy taking the money that I'm making from YouTube to add. I had a lot of upgrades I wanted to do to the hardware, which we pretty much got that done. And the subscription sites like Bloomberg and Wall Street Journal and Ortex, Fintel, all of that shit, Restream. But we're
money. People don't realize that's big money for that stuff.
Oh yeah, it's a lot.
I mean, I pay for alerts, and let me tell you, it ain't cheap.
Yeah, people think we're making all this money, but you can go on Social Blade and see what we're making, and then add up. When you start adding multiple subscriptions at $75-$80 a month, and news sites $20 a month times 5 or 10 of those, to do real DD, you gotta be willing to put in the money. And it's all right. That's all right. I'm not complaining about it. I'm going to use it for myself anyways, but only when I have a really, really good month on YouTube do I lay out money to upgrade things around here. And there's still a lot of upgrades that I want to do, but I'd like to make it a world-class channel with pies in the face.
That would be awesome.
Slime machine.
That'd be really good. I like the.
If you want to be world class, you're gonna have to pull out the duck bandana. If you want to be world class,
I have a duck bandana.
I know. You're gonna have to pull it back out.
Have a fish tank with sharks so you can drop me into it. Yeah, there you go.
Oh boy.
Vroom is, I think, maybe the other one you were trying to think of besides Carvana.
Yeah, they buy cars from everyday people. Like if you want to sell your car, they try to give you a fair price, but the car market was so inflated because there was no new cars being built from 2020. That really kind of messed the industry all up.
Cancel Bubble says, anyone know the best place to buy a used car online right now? I know people that have bought through Carvana and other online sources, and very few of them have had good experiences. I'll tell you where I always sell my vehicles is autotrader.com. It's also the magazines that you see in 7-Elevens and stuff.
Wheeler Dealer.
Huh?
Wheeler Dealer.
I've never failed to get a good price on a car. I have not bought a car through AutoTrader, but there are a shit ton of cars available on it in your local area, and you can search on their website nationwide or within 300 miles of your zip code. I would say check that out because you can deselect dealer cars you want to buy from another individual, and I would say don't count that source out. Autotrader.com. And if you got to sell a car, spend the money to get a featured ad, like a eighth of a page, with a big picture, and you will sell that car for more than you can trade it in. Do that if you're in the mode where you're going to go buy a new car. Sell your car on AutoTrader, get the cash, and then go talk to the dealer. Don't trade it in. It's a hassle. It takes time. I even have sold cars for people and collected a fee for my time. For those of you that are looking for little at-home businesses, how can you make extra money every month? Become an expert in AutoTrader. It's not a business of mine. I'm just saying people know that I buy and sell cars, and they've asked me. I don't want to deal with the hassle of showing the car. I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to run the ad. I don't know how to price it. I don't know how to value it. Figure it out, guys. You can make money a lot of different ways if you put your mind to it.
Tony Stevens says, Tony, please tell me Chapter 11 Bed Bath & Beyond is a joke. We're going to moon, right?
I'm sure, look, I'm sure there's a lot of videos being put out tonight that say, this, look, guys, look, this being cut off from your credit facility, the default and acceleration from JP Morgan, this is bullish. I'm sure there'll be videos out tonight. When I finish up here, I'm going to go just for a chuckle. I'm going to pour myself a nice, another couple stiff fingers of bourbon and look for those videos. But no, I'm not going to discount what the company's telling us.
So, Stephen, I say we jump on that first thing tomorrow morning. I can't. I can't with him. He's too much, Tony.
Stephen?
Yeah, he makes me laugh every day.
Stephen's a good trader. Blazin is a good trader also. They're both in our Discord. We've got I don't push the Discord, and this is not an advertisement for Discord, but if you're looking for something that is not all to the moon and clickbait and memes, you want real discussion on stocks. And we talk business stuff. I mean, we have a couple rooms for non-stock talk and having fun. But this is a really good group of people sharing information with a good head on their shoulder and on their shoulders and a broad set of experiences. So I value and thank all of those guys. And it's not just me putting in the work and sharing information, but I just will warn you, don't come in there if you're just looking for clickbait, momentum, make you feel good stuff, because we keep it raw and we keep it real. But, you know, the people that are in there, you know, most of them are making. Blazin, have you made money on any of the trades that we've talked about in there? I was going to say most of them have made enough money in 1 month to cover the Discord for 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, I've definitely made money in the past on you know, things that we've talked about in the Discord. I mean, as you know, I'm always on the go with my own things anyway, and I don't pay for the you know, the VIP, so I don't see like everything that you post necessarily.
All you're missing in the VIP is extra access to me and all of my trades. And some people want to see that, but if you don't want to see that, it's $4.99 a month. So I try and keep it as affordable as possible. The only reason I even charge a fee is I don't want to be overrun with bots and trolls and memes. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, definitely. Yeah.
The free ones, the free ones tend to get really messy and sloppy.
Yeah, I'm not there to, you know, to get plays from you. You know what I mean? Like, I'm there to learn how to fish, if that makes sense.
Yep.
Right. So
$5 dream of stuff, $5, and it. The best way to do it is just hit the join button on YouTube, so you get the badge next to your name, and then you have free access to the Discord. So anyone that you see that has a badge or a colored name, that if you're not taking advantage of the Discord and you got a badge, you have free access. So take advantage of it.
Paul says $4.99, pure market manipulation.
Oh man, you gotta love the comments.
Feed Jake says Facebook Marketplace is a good place to sell and buy cars. You know what? When I had Facebook, Jake, it would drive me nuts, and I would troll these people. I see auto ads in Facebook Auto Marketplace where they put the price as $1, which is probably just ignorance on their part. Like they don't realize that they didn't put a price. So Facebook will default it to $1. And I'll message them and I'm like, yeah, I'd like to buy your 2019 F-250 for $1. Sounds like a deal. And they're like, what are you talking about? It's 20,000. I send them a screenshot of their ad with it says price $1. Then they block me. But yeah, I got to be really bored to do that. And I'm not on Facebook now anyways. So
yeah, I ain't got time for that.
Ain't nobody got time for that. I got tired of being told what to think by the executives at Meta. Have you thought about how you're going to vote? Have you thought about the shot? Have you thought about this? Let us tell you what to do. I was like, fuck you guys.
I think for myself, baby.
Not to mention, I mean, it's already difficult to live in Austin, Texas and maintain friends because this is a divided city. You know, Texas is a very red state, but to live in Austin, you got to be able to learn to tolerate people if you want friends.
Tony,
And
you know where I live. I feel your pain, bro.
I could not stand the propaganda vomiting from all my friends. And I was just like, I can't see it. I just can't see it because I'm too tempted to respond with something snarky. I was like, I'm better off. If I want to have any friends, I'm better off just not being on Facebook.
Yeah, I've lost friends on Facebook over the last 10 years.
I'm sure I have too.
I know I have because I made it perfectly clear and then I left.
Chatty says, what do you think of Top Stocks Alert? I have not heard of that. I can tell you that I do follow some of the clickbait people and look at their thumbnails to see what tickers that all the pumpers are pumping. Because, you know, if enough of them are pumping it, even if it's a shitty company, it can still be a good momentum trade. But the only way I get in those plays is if I catch it early, and I'll be out long before they're out. I'll get a quick profit and get out, and they'll still be talking about it for days. You know, oh guys, it's down again. They filed for Chapter 11, but this is bullish, guys. You know, you remember that one stock at Bandcamp? It came back from bankruptcy.
From Bandcamp.
I'm just saying, look, if you can follow whatever pump and dumper, whether it's Top Stocks or even Zach Morris, all the clickbaiters on YouTube, the new traders who've got channels who, if they all are in unison pumping something and you catch it on the first day, can still be a good trade. But do not listen to them for price targets. If you get a profit and you're happy with it, get the fuck out. And before you get in the trade, know what your exit is. Like if it doesn't go your way, don't fucking bag hold that shit, because none of these stocks they're talking about are good companies. And they will mostly readily admit that. The problem is they don't know how to hit the sell button. So they'll convince you to stay in these penny stocks way too long. Mediocre, the Vinda says Grandpa Barney too said you're looking tired. I appreciate you. I know you're tired. I only got like 4 hours sleep too. I appreciate you hanging out.
He knows I worked last night. That's why I did, definitely. But,
did you work a real job or you were up late YouTubing?
I own a small business and I had to go out at 1:30 in the morning. It was not fun.
Well, that sucks. We've all been there.
Yeah.
We have all been there.
But
Tony, did you pick up any Smith & Wesson when it was down?
I still have not picked up any Smith & Wesson. What's the ticker again?
SWBI.
SWV as in Victor?
B as in Bravo.
I know we've looked at it many times, and I said around $5. I think I said around $5 to $9. Now I see it's at $10.80.
Yeah, I got some when it was at $8.50 or so.
I think $10.80 is still fine. You know, if you're willing to hold it for 5 years, hold it till the next U.S. crisis.
Yeah, exactly.
$10 could be 25 or 30 real quickly.
It's
real quickly, not meaning next year, but when the next crisis in the United States happens, you're going to see these gun stocks run up. So, yeah, I still like it at $10.80.
I mean, Smith & Wesson should be making more money. They moved out of their the state they originally were in because it sucks. So I think they moved to Tennessee, didn't they?
I haven't been following them. Don't know. FTW, $5. Let me go.
They definitely moved out of Massachusetts, but they still have a business here.
Evoke says, what do you guys think about Helbiz? I traded Helbiz. I got, last weekend, I was talking about it. I forget the days now. I think it's probably in the video descriptions. I called a $5 price target on Helbiz, and I had a good till canceled limit order to automatically sell at $5. Was it 50 cents? Is that right? Was it only a 50? Yeah. I had a good till sell at 50 cents. My bad. Sorry. Too many tickers swimming through my head.
GNS, you sold at $5.
No, I sold at 50 cents.
No, GNS.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
You were confused.
I was in Helbiz too.
Yes. You sold Helbiz at 50 cents.
Now I'm confused. There's too many guys. It's hard to keep up when you're buying and selling so many of them. Anyways, I was in Helbiz. I'm out now. I have not bought back in, and I am waiting for the rug pull on this company. And by rug pull, I mean the CEO has a NASDAQ hearing coming up about a reverse split and a missed annual shareholders meeting. So that is too much risk for me to go back into this play. I made my money. I'm out. I have no intention. Made my money on the run up. I have no intention knowing what is about to hit him with a NASDAQ hearing in the next few days. And he won't. I asked him, what date? What's the date of your hearing? No answer. Dodging the question. He missed his annual shareholder meeting. Just didn't even fucking have it. Sloppy management. Now, a lot of people will say, oh, Tony, you just hate the company. You're bearish. You're shorting. No, guys, these are facts. And if you want to say that you're happy with a company's management that failed to hold an annual shareholders meeting, then this is not the channel for you, because I don't ignore that shit. That should be sirens flashing in the background and red flags waving that something is seriously wrong going on at this company.
Tony, just tell him it's only a matter of time.
It's a matter of days.
Like sands through the hourglass.
Yep.
Winter is coming. Yeah, the IRBO chart does actually look pretty nice. It's not surprising when you look at their holdings. They have a lot of top-tier companies in that ETF.
Oh, wait. I see Steven's trying to blink the lights here. Let's see if my Internet of Things is working. Just Another Ape says, thank you for everything you do. A small token of appreciation. We're all going to make it. How come the lights aren't blinking? Lag.
See, I knew you were lying to me, Tony.
Just
Can't do that with YouTube.
Can't trust Tony. Like sands, what is it? What's the saying? Like sands, grains of sand through the hourglass. While I'm waiting on the lights to blink, someone asked about Apron. I did look at Apron finally, Clark, and I posted in the Discord yesterday. I don't have good news for you, friend.
Blue Apron.
You probably don't want to hear my opinion, but basically I summed it up in one sentence saying Blue Apron is stagnant on growth and the financials are a bit of a mess. And I don't know what they can do to turn around years of stagnant growth. It's a competitive industry. Everybody's coming up with a competitive product. There's no moat. I'm not saying they can't turn it around, but they need to start turning a profit and they need more revenue. So if you think management can make that happen, then I say knock yourself out. Could it be a momentum trade on short interest? if some good news comes out, 100%. But I'm not looking to hold companies like this. I'm looking to buy them when the momentum starts. That's just me. If it starts running, Clark, I'll jump in. Buying it, trying to average down a penny stock that's in a world of hurt is not my style. Just my opinion, my style doesn't mean it's right for you or anybody else.
Mediocre. When you play the SPY, do you do like 0 DTE or weekly options?
So my strategy is I tend to do a little research and do some technicals, figure out which way I believe it's going to move. And the first thing I do is I don't ever really try to trade in the first 10, 15 minutes because it's nuts. But once it starts moving in a direction, I tend to grab weekly calls, which are more risky than buying a week out or 2 weeks out, right? Because it expires that week. So what I try to do is Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, I buy a weekly. Thursday and Friday, I buy the following week. But I have to know the direction. I have to be in the play. But I'm in the play and I'm out. I make my money and I get out. Because
So
if
if
you
you
hold
scalp,
those,
if you're scalping and you're in and out that quickly, why do you go a week out rather than 1 day or 0 days, like a
on
0
Thursday,
DTE?
on Thursday and Friday,
No, just even on a Monday, because like the SPY has, if you're playing the
no,
SPY anyway, they have 0 DTE options,
on
right?
the
So,
Monday, do same week.
so if you were trading on the Monday, would you get a Monday expiry or a Friday?
Friday.
Yeah, see, I would do the Monday. Like that's what I'm asking. Like, why do you do it the other way?
Oh, just in case it moves against me a little bit, I have enough time to see if it goes to my favor, right? Or if it's going to continue in the other direction, I can cut my loss, just so I have a little bit more time.
So you're trying to scalp, but if it goes in the other direction, then sometimes you might play it as a little bit more of like a swing.
A little bit, yeah.
Okay.
Mediocre, what's your thoughts on the SPY being at 404 and coming up against a point where we couldn't get above a few weeks ago?
I mean, I personally am bearish, and I'm afraid of this 400 level, right? Like we've been slowly creeping up $1, $2. We're at 404 today, but it was a solid 400. So they've moved it up $4, and I haven't played in like I don't know 4 or 5 days because of this since that run up. Once it hit that 400, because I want to see what happens. Right, it's too choppy right now, but there's no news this week to push it down or do anything with it. Really, it just kind of they're using the earnings to push it up. I think it's kind of a bull trap in my opinion, but I don't know that to be sure yet. I'm still waiting to see what happens. I could be wrong,
It's so
but I think
fucking
it's a
hard to
bull
call.
trap.
So hard to call, but if I was buying options on the SPY, I'd be at this point, I'd be more inclined to go puts on it.
So right now I have none. I own shares of SQQQ, which is a 3 times triple leverage ETF.
Are you bullish or bearish on it?
Bearish. It's
Yeah.
short. It's short the SPY. It's short the NASDAQ. QQQs.
Someone asked, what do we talk about in the Discord? Day trading, investing, swing trading, options, all of the above. And look, if I was live streaming full time during the day, it's very difficult for me to answer questions with any amount of due diligence. So when I'm not live streaming during market hours, I'm either sharing ideas with people. I get up early, and if I see something interesting in pre-market, I put it in there, and then I'm in the Discord. I'm still here working, but I'm in the Discord sharing ideas, filings, headlines, things that are coming at us so that the folks in the Discord know that. And yes, we talk about day trading, momentum, long-term plays, sometimes plays that are 6 months out, 5 years out. And that's just talking about stocks and options. We also talk about crypto and real estate and entrepreneurship. It's a wide-ranging amount of topics. Stephen, I guess those lights never blinked. I'm going to need to check and see if something's screwed up. Unless they blinked and I didn't see it. Davinda says, "Blink lights no blinky due to inflation."
Tony,
Yeah.
just tell him you just got a promotion. Don't worry about it.
Stephen, by the way, congratulations on the promotion. By the way, you know, the amount of things that I give advice on in the Discord, I was just talking, someone sent me their resume the other day and said, "What do you think of my resume?" Guys, I've hired hundreds of people. I've seen thousands of resumes. I've written my own resume a bunch of times. So there's really no limit in the Discord to stuff that you can ask that I'm not willing to help you with. That is my core audience, the people in the Discord and the people with a badge next to their name in this channel.
Tony showed me how to tie a tie at one point.
Did I really?
No, I'm just joking.
I think you're kidding.
Yeah.
Tony's from Texas. I'm not sure he wears ties.
Oh, I do. I try not to. You know, the whole point of not being in that world anymore is not to have to wear ties. I can wear silly hats and drink alcohol in the evenings in the comfort of my own home.
So what are your thoughts, Tony, on whether or not we're actually out of the woods with regards to the market?
I wanted to pause for a second, Blazin, before answering that question.
Yeah.
To give a shout out to all the trolls who come here for content for their channel. I want to thank you guys for the views, each and every one of you. We do our best to give the trolls content. I know they love to get clips and little stuff. Shout out to you guys. You're the real G. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have all these new people coming to the channel. Blazin, repeat your question again.
Just whether or not you think that we're actually out of the woods with regards to the bear market and
No.
the positive GDP quarter. No.
I will be able to more readily answer that question after the end of March when we get through this earnings cycle. I'm still more bearish than bullish, more cautious than risk on.
That's generally how I feel too, but with the weekly candles on the SPY, it looks like it might actually break the trend line for the first time since the beginning of the bear market. So that mixed with the positive quarter, you know.
Damrick says, "I want to give a resignation, not a resume." Speaking of earnings the next quarter, I think I missed a question earlier that I was going to try and answer. Someone asked, "What are we waiting for on the vote for AMC?" The 30-day statutory waiting period for the second tranche of shares for Antara, that 30 days was up on January 22nd. So now we're in the final 60 days. When are we going to hear something? Well, I don't know if the FTC is done with the review. It was a minimum statute, a requirement, minimum 30 days. It could take them longer. They might ask AMC and Antara for other information. So the way that it goes is as soon as they have an answer, the companies almost immediately will get something out to us, like a press release, a proxy statement, and some dates of when we can vote. So I don't think they're just sitting on it. Antara wants to get the deal done. As soon as there is approval from the FTC on this deal, then you'll hear something. What day will they be? What day will that happen? I don't know. It's not delayed. We're just waiting on the green light.
What's up, Sufyan?
Sufyan in the house, another valued member, one of one of our CPAs who actually understands how financials work. Thank you, Sufyan. I was just telling Sufyan, my son that is in college. He's a sophomore in the business school here at UT Austin. Is already becoming quite adept at accounting, and I'm already finding myself like, it's been 30 years, guys, since I took accounting and finance, and I'm not a CPA, I'm not a financial advisor, but I have taken all the classes, and I'm already calling my son because I know he's fresh in the stuff. If Sufyan's not available, I call my son. I'm like, hey, can you review these financials with me? Like, I feel like I'm missing something. He's like, oh yeah, here's da 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 da. I was like, I'm gonna get him on this channel one of these weekends, and maybe him and Sufyan could have a good live stream with us, going over what you guys need to look for, like a high, what can you look for in 30 seconds on an income statement, a balance sheet, and a cash flow statement. You don't want to just hear it from me, because apparently, according to the trolls, I don't know anything unless someone tells me in my headset. But I think just for credibility, having Sufyan or another CPA student, no, never mind. He's not going to be a CPA. I think it'd be fun to have them on and let you guys ask them all your accounting questions. They could answer it much more in depth than I could. But Sufyan is a great dude also. Yeah.
I think
All
Super
right.
Steven and I did a show with him one night.
With Sufyan.
It was a while ago.
He does work a real job as a CPA, so he's not always available when I need to ask him a question. I'm pretty good with financial statements, but every now and then we get into the finer muckety muck of certain accounting rules. I need to double check my own due diligence. Like, all right, am I crazy, or is this really what I think it is? He's always there to give me a hug and let me know, yeah, you got it. You know, you got it. All right, but I don't like being wrong, Sufyan. I need you to tell me I got it right. All right. Scarlett came in and said, you guys need to wrap it up. Mediocre looks tired.
Sorry, guys.
I'm just teasing. She told me, why are you still going live? You started at 8 o'clock. It's almost 11.
Yeah, we're just talking. That's why, you lose track of time.
Hey, she got to have the whole day with me. The least I can do is come spend 3 hours with you guys.
Yeah.
Why are there so many puts March 17th at $2 and $3 for which ticker, Willie?
I'm guessing AMC.
Probably.
Vamos a ver. AMC. Hang on one second. Opciones. For what date did he say? March 17th. $2 and $3 puts. Holy smokes. You ain't kidding.
Yeah,
I did. It's 206,000 open interest
for $2.
Yeah, and 257,000 for $3. I would guess, guys, that this is a play on the vote and dilution. What other common sense answer could you come up with?
So they're betting against retail, making a bad decision.
They're betting against AMC, doing a reverse split and a potential dilution and the price going down. That is crazy. Well, that tells you what a lot of people are thinking. A lot of people are thinking it's going to drop to $20 or $30 from 60 or 70. Holy smokes. Well, I sure hope they're not right.
I hope they're not either, but I don't think that they are, so I'm not too worried about it.
It's not going to matter to me anyways, but that typically when you see that, they're either that's what the market is thinking or that's what they want you to think. Those aren't cheap. I mean, they're 40 to 80 cents. It's not just like throwaway money. It's not like they cost 4 cents. Karen says, tell Scarlett we're still streaming because we're having fun. I know.
So it's
I
40
know.
to 80 cents times 100 per contract.
Per contract.
Just so people understand what we're talking about.
I'm just going to say, I mean, just like when we see the call option chain, you see the call option chain loaded up at much higher than the strike price. That doesn't mean that the price is going to go up. Just because these puts are there, that doesn't mean that we're going down to 20 or 30 bucks after a yes vote. But there are definitely people betting on it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not worried about the reverse split. But I am a little concerned about what a dilution announcement could do to our price. And the only thing I have to hug you and make you feel better about that is if he dilutes and if that announcement drops the price, if he does it wisely. I get it, right, guys? This is a lot of ifs and trust in management. If they do it quickly and they do it wisely and they do it at a high enough price, then your cash position becomes much stronger and you have the opportunity to pay off debt and improve the balance sheet, probably at a discount. Same thing I complain about with penny stocks, but these penny stocks are not in the same league as a multi-billion-dollar revenue company like AMC. So I do view it differently. That is my own bias. This is my opinion. None of us have a crystal ball. I don't know if I'll be right, but I am choosing to hold and see what happens. So that's just
I do
me.
have an 8-ball that I could shake and it tells me stuff, but I don't know if I'll trust it. You know, but I mean, I agree. We got to get through that when it comes, and hopefully it doesn't come, right? Hopefully we move now.
Hopefully I mean, the ideal scenario for everybody would be some catalyst or some news or something happening in the market that gets the price moving before the vote, right?
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
100%.
Yes. I'm right there with you, brother. There is a lot of unknowns, and that's why I'm not talking a lot about the vote. I've said what I said tonight. I've said, many times in the past 2 weeks, I'm not worried about reverse split. I am worried about dilution, just like on any ticker. That's a healthy thing to be concerned about. But at the end of the day, we're not getting out of dilution. That's the catch-22. We are not going to avoid dilution. It's either going to be APE or AMC, and they both have the net same effect on the company. So if I was that worried about it, I'd just sell now.
Yep.
And since I'm holding now, the vote really doesn't matter to me. If I get a no vote, they're going to dilute APE. If I get a yes vote, they're going to dilute AMC. At the end of the day, they all affect the balance sheet the same way. They all affect the income statement the same way. They all affect earnings per share the same way. So you either decide you're in the play or you're not. That's the choice. You're in the play or you're not.
He and I'm not sticking up for Adam Aaron either, but he has to save the company and protect shareholders. That's what people fail to realize. That's what his job is. If he doesn't do that, then he's up for a lawsuit. If he doesn't protect the investor, that's part of his obligation, and he doesn't protect the company, and he doesn't do things in the best interest of shareholders or the company, I don't have to tell you. But if we do nothing,
so mediocre, you're not on board with the YouTubers that are saying he should just let it go to zero, ride or die with us?
No, because that hurts me.
I'm just saying, I hear people making videos like, I wish Adam Aaron wouldn't dilute. I wish he'd just do nothing, try and make a squeeze happen. And if it doesn't, go bankrupt. I mean, ride or die with us, Adam. I'm like, what the fuck are you saying, bro? Like, is that these people are saying this honestly, like that is what's in their heart, but no CEO or board is going to do that. They're going to raise money either through new debt, which is not an option for AMC, or equity raise. That's the play that we're in.
I don't watch a lot of YouTubers, but if that's what you're saying, I don't know what to
I'm not
tell you.
kidding. I'll send you the fucking video.
Listen, he has to do what's right for the company and the shareholders, period. And I'm a shareholder, okay? And if you let Ape go to zero, I lose a boatload of fucking money. I'm not happy with that. I don't want Ape to go to zero. I'm going to say this again, and I'm not picking on people. I'm not calling out retail or anything like that. But retail was selling Ape. That's what caused the problem. I don't know what to say other than that. Now, could Adam Aaron sold at a higher price? Absolutely, it could have. Okay, but he didn't. He had to do something because we were selling off the Ape. I wasn't selling mine, but people were. You know, or it appears that way. I'll say that it appears that way.
And let's be honest, if Adam Aaron did sell when the price was higher, people would now be saying, oh, well, when he sold, that's what caused us to fall.
Yeah, he's in a lose-lose situation.
I was just going to say the exact same thing. No matter what he did, if he sold at $9 and then the price fell, he was going to get shit on. And if he waited to see if retail supported it, which they didn't, and then he sells, he's still going to get the blame. Like literally, no matter what he does, he was going to get shit on. So I think he made a bad call waiting 5 weeks or 6 weeks on Ape. If he does that again, if it's a yes vote, I'm going to be furious. If he wastes
I will 100% be fucking livid, dude. Livid.
Yeah. If it's a yes vote and if there's a reverse split, he better fucking dilute
fast
like the next day.
Immediately.
Don't fucking try and make us feel good by waiting 30 days. You're making idiots. You're making people who aren't using the right prism to view this play. You're making those people feel good, but at the detriment to all of us. So please, Adam, do not wait if it's a yes vote. I don't know what the vote's going to be. I'm waiting for the proxy. But the CEOs who capture the most income off of an equity raise are the ones doing it the day after a reverse split.
You know, and depending on what's there for shares and how many shares people actually own, you know, we don't really know that number. It's whatever. But if it's a crazy number like people think, who knows? Maybe it doesn't really even affect us. I don't know. But that's a guessing game. Nobody knows. You just got to go through it and see what happens.
Fly Free says retail was buying more Ape than what was being sold. Maybe retail was, Fly Free, but I got a couple theories on that. Number one, I know a lot of retail that was selling because Matt and Wrench and Meet Kevin, and I don't want to name other people, you know, their names don't come off my lips. Foolish people on Twitter. Well, I mean, maybe they're not foolish because we're the ones that wrote it down, but people that don't understand what diluted earnings per share were, or the fact that by leaving Ape and buying AMC, you're still getting diluted. It was all a false narrative, a lack of accounting understanding.
Or more importantly, the part that really hit me, and it was because of Tony, because I didn't even think about this. Your vote being diluted. That's a problem.
Yeah. I mean, you're not going to avoid dilution by selling Ape and moving it to AMC, but that's water under the bridge now. Retail definitely sold Ape. Would you agree?
I agree they did.
I'm sure.
But on top of that, oh, you had Lou saying sell Ape too. Like everybody that had a big channel said sell Ape. So I'm a tadpole in a big ocean. Doesn't matter what my little voice says about it's not going to matter. If you're worried about dilution, it doesn't matter what you do. You're going to get it either way. But on top of that, I think the institutions were selling because they don't care about APE. The AMC is the only ticker in these ETFs that like Vanguard and BlackRock hold large positions in. They don't need to hold APE. And why would they? They're like, this is a dilution instrument. Retail selling, sell it all, sell it now. I bet they were probably some of the first ones selling, BlackRock and Vanguard. So there was just nothing to be done about that. And once all those millions of shares got dumped, retail's like, well, this is not working out. Should have listened to Lou. I'm going to sell too. And it just became self-fulfilling.
I mean, Lou was telling people to sell when it was at $30 to cause the short squeeze. Like, if you're listening to Lou at this point, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, I mean, I made a couple. I failed to think about institutions not needing to hold APE. I should have thought about that. Like I made some mistakes in my analysis of the launch of APE. I should have thought about they don't need to hold the APE, Blackguard and Vanruck. So why would they? I would bet you that was a huge amount of the selling on the first day.
I underestimated a bunch of stuff too with APE, but people would be like, well, why is it so precious? Why is it so valuable? Nobody understood, really.
But the good thing, mediocre, those of us that believed in it, we had a chance to buy it all the way at the bottom.
Yeah, I did. I bought. I think it's a good buy now, right? But even if, and I'm not telling retail to do anything, but even if retail did buy it up, Adam Aaron has still got to do what he's got to do. And that's what people don't know. He has to protect the business. And that's the problem we're at now. We're at that crossroad. So I don't even think at this point it matters. Me and Super Steven talk about this almost every day now.
You and Super Steven?
Yeah. About specifically what we're talking about right now. Because what happens? Why would he trust retail after we sold it? He has to he has to get the job done. And I just want to get through the play ahead. And I think that we could still make good money. So we should work towards that.
Like what's good money to you? Like 500,000 a share? You don't have to answer that. That was sarcasm.
I'm going to read my chart, and wherever it goes, it goes. That's what I'm going to tell you.
that's just ridiculous, Tony.
Someone sent me a clip of someone sent me a clip of a guy who was what was he talking about? I forget the topic of the video now, but he's like, guys, I remember I was the one that told you that this stock was going to go. Oh, remember the day when the market halted? And
yes.
There was this screenshot going around of AMC at 9:30 and 16 seconds at $8, $9, and $10,000 a share.
Yes, I actually
he's like, guys, remember I was the one that told you a year ago this thing was going to like $1,000, $10,000 a share. Here's your proof I was right. I was like, you motherfucker, your first video was you told us it was going to $500,000. Now you're trying to walk it back and say you told us $1,000 because you finally got a screenshot of a market malfunction. It's funny how people try and rewrite these narratives.
See, that's the other thing that fucking blows my mind. Like, can you trust the New York Stock Exchange now? Like, what the fuck happened? Seriously.
I'm much more forgiving than most people because of the fact that it affected so many tickers in different sectors. And they had a logical explanation about the opening auction. They were testing it the night before and turned something off. But all that being said, I don't trust anybody. So was that a legit explanation? I don't know. I don't have time to worry about it. What I will tell you is I've lived through market crashes before. And if that was really a player in trouble, the whole street would have known, and that day would have not ended normally like it did. It would have melted down. So I'm comfortable with what they said. I don't know if it's factual, but if you've lived through a market crash before, you know that it doesn't just return to normal a couple minutes later and go normal the rest of the day. Everybody knows within a couple minutes who fucked up, what hedge funds in trouble, what banks in trouble, and it just melts down. There's no amount of hiding that NYSE could do to cover up somebody failing.
I don't know. I just know that the fuckery is ridiculous across the market. Period.
Yeah. I've been tweeting out all sorts of fuckery tweets. I don't trust the market. No one should. I'm just saying that specific market halt thing. I don't think it was somebody about to go under. If it was, we would have just cratered.
I got no idea what it was. I'm not sure. You know, everybody's like, the lit exchange, we got to start sending our orders to the lit exchange. Well, the New York Stock Exchange is the lit exchange. That's what scared me about it. You know, are they trustworthy?
No, none of them are trustworthy. That's why, exactly. I mean, that they have paid off politicians. They've paid off the SEC. If they haven't paid off the SEC is looking for that golden parachute right into a hedge fund job. Once they've accumulated enough years to get their government pension, just cruise right into $1 million job as a consultant for a hedge fund. So you got the politicians, you got the government agencies regulating them. You've got the DTCC and FINRA comprised of people that are running the markets themselves, all the hedge funds, institutions, banks. The whole fucking thing is corrupt.
Mm-hmm. No, I agree.
So all I'm saying with that little preamble is understand the play, you know, like I said, the playing field that you're on. You got to recognize the opponent and the strengths they have, and 100%. Don't make 100% of your portfolio a fight against that, because you could be waiting a long time.
And Clark Barwick, I have to agree with you right there, my friend.
We are becoming more educated. We are calling them out more. I think we can make progress on this, and I will never stop, Clark. And I hope you guys don't give up either. But they are counting on retail getting tired, getting broke, getting unmotivated, and going away. They got all the time in the world. For institutions and government agencies, 2 years is what's a good phrase? It's nothing.
It's a drop in the
Not
bucket.
Even a blip on the radar.
I was trying to come up with something more compelling than a drop in the bucket.
Blip on the radar.
A blip on the radar. It's a hair on a gnat's ass.
There you go. That's a good one.
It's 2 years is nothing to them. They can be patient for decades or until the market crashes. So you're going to have to learn, what's that word we used at the beginning? Mediocre? Patience.
Right.
Steven just put in a comment that I was going to say to you, Tony.
What do you say?
It reset the cycle, so unfortunately we're going to have to wait.
Yeah, I don't know. Is he being sarcastic?
Oh, 100%. 100%, yeah.
That. What color is it, Steven?
Look, the government and institutions have far more patience than you guys. So learn to develop patience. Learn to trade other trades, even though some people get mad if you're in more than one play. Guys, we're well past that. We're well past this getting angry if someone's trading other stuff. Make your money on other plays. If you want to keep your money in AMC or GameStop, I got no problem with that. I've only been adding to mine, but I'm busy making money on other plays because that's what I've always done. AMC was never my only position, but I don't want to see you sitting idle waiting for 1, 2, 5, 10 years, however long this takes. That there's just no reason for that. So,
another thing is if you haven't started getting educated, not saying that you're uneducated, that's not what I'm saying at all. But if you haven't started to educate yourself in the market after 2 years, you really should start to try to learn some of it, right? Because even if you have a 401k or an IRA or whatever you have, and you're putting money into it, you should You should want to have a better understanding of the market mechanics in general, period.
So like
know.
when Lou says NVOS, is it NVOS? You know, the reason it's not moving is because they just parked a bunch of orders in the dark pool. Are you saying that that might not be correct?
Am I saying that?
Yeah.
How am I supposed to know if they parked a bunch of orders in the dark pool?
Exactly. I mean, you can't park orders, right? You can send orders to a dark pool and you can tell them what you're willing to sell or buy at, but this whole, it's not moving because they took all your orders and they just parked them. No, I'm pretty sure if I put an order in, I can get immediate execution. Show me someone who sent an order in and it didn't get fulfilled till tomorrow. Today, you know, if you buy at the bid or ask, this is just nonsense bullshit that people repeat without understanding the market mechanics because some dipshit in New York says it. This is utter nonsense. Oh, there's different books, you know, there's one price here, but there's really a different price. I'm pretty sure, again, if I buy or sell, I'll get the price. There's no other price. National best bid and offer. It's in the regulations. They don't need to be that manipulative. There's plenty of other gray areas in the law to not have to make up theories that are nonsensical like that. They got all sorts of way to create legal and illegal synthetics through the options chain, through offshore accounts, through booting FTDs down the road, like to create these fantasy theories, which encourage people not to learn how the market works because Daddy Lou's just telling you, you know, they're doing all this nonsense. No, you should learn how the market works.
Here's
That
my
way
opinion on the dark pool, if anybody wants to know.
What is it?
I do.
I think that they send the orders to the dark pool and they don't want the price to move up or down really too dramatically. So they match those orders and that's all they're doing.
Here's what I would do if I was running a hedge fund in a payment for order flow system, mediocre. If you wanted to buy, I would send that order. I'd route that order to the dark pool so it doesn't affect the price.
Exactly.
And if you wanted to sell, I would route that order to a lit exchange so it affects the price. That's how easy it is for someone like Citadel to legally manipulate it.
And
Tony,
then just match the orders in the background and you're good to go.
Yeah.
It's worth pointing out
you don't need to create ridiculous theories. If you understand how the market works and you're in charge of routing, all buys go to the dark pool. They're immediately executed, but they don't affect the price. All sells, send them to NYSE where the price is affected.
Tony, I just want to push back on that idea slightly just because every buy has a sell and every sell has a buy. So regardless, assuming that it's done at the same time, roughly in the same market.
You're using my own weapons and words against me now, aren't you?
Yeah, but I know what you mean though, because more or less what you're saying is the ones that are more
at
bullish.
The bid.
Yeah, the ones that are at the bid are going to go one and one.
At the bid or the ask, depending if it's a buy or sell. Yeah, if it has a propensity to push the price up, route it to the dark pool. If it has a propensity to push the price down,
match the pricing is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah,
to make it go in their favor.
They are in control of all the levers.
Exactly.
And they can legally route things wherever it suits them best. But there's nothing getting parked, guys. That is bullshit. That is somebody trying to fill 5 minutes of time on a video acting like he knows what he's talking about. What did that ever matter in the last 2 years? Nothing. Just lost you money. So stop believing that nonsense.
What do you think the chances are that hedge funds work with high-speed trading firms on the side?
No, I think they're all competitive. All right. Let me add a chapter 2 to that. Most of them are competitive, but some of them have tentacles down into other firms. Have you ever watched Billions? The show on HBO?
No, I haven't.
No.
You got this one parent hedge fund, and then he seed funds these smaller funds. And by providing them seed money, he is allowed to tell them what to do. He's like, I'm going to give you this money, but you're going to trade the way that I tell you to trade when I tell you to trade. I think a lot of that show is based on reality. So the big firms, it's like a fucking big dick contest, right? They all want to beat each other. High-speed trading firms want to beat each other.
But bear in mind, I'm not suggesting that like high-speed trading firms don't compete with one another, but a high-speed trading firm working with a hedge fund who's not a high-speed trading firm.
Go get this book, Dark Pools,
Okay.
by Scott Patterson. It'll give you some insight into how these firms compete with each other. This was the book that outlines the genesis of dark pools in the first place. They were created for good. They've only been subverted to evil.
Oh yeah, yeah.
But
do you listen to the Dark Pool Whisperer on YouTube? Stephanie, I can't remember her last name.
No, I mean, I know who you're talking about, but she comes across my Twitter feed from time to time. But
yeah, it's like if Elon Musk needs to sell X amount of shares, he doesn't want to drop that on the market and send the stock price falling. Like that's why you use a dark pool. They have good uses.
No, that's
Eric,
what they were designed for.
Where the fuck have you been, Eric? I think Eric, we haven't seen Eric Bissell in like 3 months. How about them 49ers? Fuck the 49ers.
Shit.
The Cowboys will have their day. Not this year, though. Broke Ape says, already got my tickets for Ant-Man and Wasp. Going to see Plane tomorrow. Thank you, Broke Ape. Let us know what you think. Anyways, did I answer the question about dark pools? And I just think, guys, look, they have plenty of legal ways to manipulate the system. We don't need to buy into all the conspiracy theories, but like
I just
parking
don't
orders.
fucking trust any of them.
Don't trust anybody. Yes, I do not trust anybody. I don't trust anybody in the government. Nobody on Wall Street. I don't trust any of their press releases. It's all a sham. What else? I don't trust any CEO. Not one. They're all looking out for their company. If you think they're looking out for you, you need to wake the fuck up. Including, yes, the silverback.
That's right.
He's looking out for you by extension by
Indirectly.
taking care of the company and making sure it doesn't go bankrupt. But he's not trying to deliver you a MOAS. And I know that's going to hurt some feelings. But I believe that about all CEOs. All they care about is improving the viability of their company. And if you are smart on your buy-in price, you read the financials, you read the disclosures from the company, and pick a good entry, then you will ultimately be rewarded if that company is successful. So that is why I harp on DD and reading financials and reading disclosures so that you don't get tempted by YouTube to buy into various plays. There's one every day someone new is covering that you don't get tempted to buy them on a bad entry or buy them at the top. Make a habit, as Mediocre was saying, of learning how the market works. Make a habit of reading disclosures, DD, filings, financials. There's free shit you can learn on YouTube of how to read financial statements. And over the last 2 years, if you've done none of that except read some memes on Twitter and Reddit, then yeah, I'd say if you want to be a real trader, you're falling behind the 8 ball.
Listen, I'll say this to anybody who wants to learn a little technical analysis or anything like that. I'm willing to help. I got a free Discord. You could come over to my Discord. There's a whole technical analysis channel, a whole room with TA. I got videos of, I don't make training videos because there's already so many freaking training videos out there. It's not worth it, but I can tell you some good ones and stuff like that. So I'm willing to help anybody. I'm not, I'm all about the community. I just want to trade my stuff and do my own thing. You know what I mean?
Yep.
I don't.
Yeah, that's awesome, Mediocre. definitely do not go out there and buy these 1348 trading packages. They are not worth it at all, in my opinion. You can learn all that stuff for free online.
Or you can just set up a 13 and 48 EMA on your broker platform and do it for free.
Yeah, exactly.
For any ticker.
I mean, I have 1348 alerts on my Discord.
There's nothing wrong with the indicator, but I just mean
Right.
to label a trading package, you know,
I
1348 and
to
then charge all
charge
your
money
aides.
for it. To
Yeah.
charge money for it is like highway robbery.
I mean,
I
geez.
offer it for free on my
Most
Discord.
professional traders don't even use moving average crossovers. Like,
Whew. All right. I feel like I probably said too much as I got into about my third bourbon. I don't mean to be hard on people on YouTube. Not trying to
I do.
ruin any.
Sorry.
It just really irritates me that people are getting clickbaited into back holding play after play, and then they come to me a week or two later and say, "Is this still a good play?" And like, no, you obviously, looking at the chart, should have been out of it a week ago. It really irritates me. Like I want to collectively help everybody get better than that, and stopping listening to these clickbait channels is like step number 1 on a 10-step program.
The thing is we should be getting better in the market, especially after 2 years of being in AMC. I'm speaking of AMC people, but there's more than just AMC people in here, obviously. But some of those people that they need, I don't know, for whatever reason, they're at work. I get it. You got day jobs. You ain't got time to put time in for the market. Take a couple hours a weekend and give it a shot. You know, there's paper trading software all over the freaking place. You could practice on paper trading if, learn some technical analysis, practice some paper trading, do that, and you'll kind of see how the market moves. I'm not telling people what to do. I'm just trying to help you out. That's it.
I want to extend a personal invite to anybody has a history of bag holding play after play. If you're bag holding the last 6 plays that you've been in, drop me a comment in this video or DM me on Twitter. Tell me the tickers you're bag holding, and let's talk about why that's happening, because I think we really need to have a talk about investor psychology. Like, I want to understand better why people get tricked into buying the top of every play and then believing people that it's going to come back as you see it go down 10 or 20% per day. And I see those every week. So I know it's late. And there's probably not a lot of people left. Maybe only a couple that are in that category, but I know you're out there. And I think I get it. I think I get why people do that, mostly because you're new and you think you can trust certain people because they talk the right talk. But Blazin, would you say they just know how to put the right words together to make you think they know what they're talking about?
Yeah, more or less. I mean, even if they have some base level of knowledge, I just don't think it matters in the long run,
And that's just not me saying this, guys. I mean, I talk to a lot of real traders, people who know what's going on. When clickbait and bullshit talk to us is very obvious very quick. That's not because we dislike the person. I'll have a pineapple pizza with some dude in New York anytime. I love spaghetti too, whether it's bison or grizzly bear, no personal disrespect against those people. They just don't understand trading. They're good at calling out plays and keeping people in them, and then it kind of ends there.
My problem really starts when they bring money into it.
When they tell people to stay into it when it's bleeding out.
Right, and when they start creating these, 1348 things.
Oh, that's a whole different level.
Yeah.
Well, see, that's the thing too. That's a good strategy. 1348, it's not bad, but if you don't understand trading, it could get you like that, because just because you have a crossover doesn't mean that it's going that direction. It could
Right.
reverse the next
Yeah.
candle.
And I'm sure their course talks a lot more about other stuff than just the 1348. And I'm not trying to suggest otherwise, but even still, these guys are basically brand new investors who only came into the scene with
In the
AMC.
last 18 months, 24
Yeah.
months. Hey,
So, I mean, I'm not shitting on them, but like to charge a bunch of apes who came into the market at the same time as you for learning stuff that you probably yourself just learned in the last 6 months for free on YouTube. Do you know what I mean? Like, come on.
yeah. Juicy got you crazy. He says, I want to ask you, did you message me that you made some money on Bed Bath & Beyond today? By listening to this channel? Someone messaged me today that they've never made so much money on a play in terms of percentage ever. I think it was Juicy.
Was that on a put for Bed Bath & Beyond? Yeah. Yeah, I thought about it, man, when you posted it. I should have. The IV still kind of scared me, honestly. Like, I haven't really been watching it for too long. So when I looked at it and still seeing it was up around like 350, I wasn't sure how much more it was going to be falling.
I knew about it, and I waited, and then it happened, and I was not in the play.
Eric says, when are the IPOs, the Chinese IPO attack club? When is that going to be a thing again? I don't know, Eric. I haven't been watching them recently, to be honest.
There's supposed to be something tomorrow, I heard, an IPO that's coming out. I don't know what it is.
I saw Teddy had a thumbnail, but I haven't watched his video.
Was HKD the biggest of them all so far?
HKD, and there was one other one. GCT.
Okay.
GCT went up to $62, but HKD was the huge one.
Right. Have you ever looked at Raytheon, Tony? Ticker symbol RTX.
I've worked on Raytheon products. I have not ever bought their stock. I have looked into it as I'm thinking about like war in the Ukraine. I've been doing some research on all the companies that supply military equipment.
Yep.
Is that where you're going?
Well, I seen someone in the chat earlier asked about Raytheon, and so I've been looking at it for the last little while myself. One thing that I don't really understand about it looking at the chart is that, you know, everything fell in March 2020, but this one for some reason hasn't really recovered very well.
Yeah.
So I'll just have to look into it to see why that happened. But yeah, in my 13 years as a weapons technician, I've worked on the CWIS quite a bit, like the closed-in weapon system.
Oh, you were a weapons technician?
I still am.
Oh, okay. So the electronic countermeasures unit that I used to work on for the F4 and the F16 was a Raytheon product, or either if it wasn't that, the either the flare or chaff system. I know we had Raytheon products that we worked on.
Nice.
Oh man, good times.
Yep. I'm on the way out of the military now, actually, but
you're in the Canadian military?
Yeah.
And what kind of weapons are we talking?
There's a 57 millimeter, excuse me, Bofors gun on the front, 20 millimeter CWIS on the back, and then it's just all the smaller stuff. Like we have some chaff and ECM.
What
stuff as well.
What aircraft is that on?
It's on a ship. Sorry.
Oh,
on a frigate.
That's right. That's right. Navy stuff.
Yeah, dirty sailor.
It's funny to think about ships having chaff.
Yeah, we have the multi-ammunition soft kill system. Can't remember who makes that.
Jordan says, you mentioned Ukraine. It's free to talk about politics. Now, the reason I was talking about Ukraine is I've been seeing these articles about how we're depleting our Stinger and what are the other missiles that we've been sending over there. There's two main missiles, right? Stinger and something else.
Cruise?
Like, no, the handheld missiles. Cruise missiles too, though. That's another good one. Talking about the shoulder launched. And I'm wondering who is making these missiles. And I see the articles because they're saying we just like blew through 5 years worth of inventory. And, you know, if you're a general, you're going to want to say, get back into production, work double shifts, triple shifts, add a manufacturing line, something. We don't want to deplete 5 years of inventory and then just be caught flat-footed when China invades Taiwan. So I was looking at all these companies, but I can't find really any information like what are they doing to increase production to catch us back up. I don't know if any of y'all have made any headway or had those thoughts.
I got thoughts, but I'm not going to put any thoughts on your channel.
Broke ape. I don't sell weapons. I just work on them, man. Plus, I'm pretty sure YouTube might have something to say about me trying to sell weapons.
Yeah, I bet they don't like that. We should probably change the topic.
Yeah. 6 hours.
Steven says, Tony, I think a fatal flaw of retail is denying truthful information from businesses. Steven. Retail does not deny truthful information. Have you seen the tweet decoding that's going on?
I heard about it, yes.
I wish I had a laugh track in my soundboard. Yes, retail, unfortunately, would rather decode tweets than read a financial statement or an 8K. And if you bother to read it to them to try and help them understand what's really going on, they call you a bear. It happens to me all the time. I've learned to just deal with it. I've got a pretty thick skin. It doesn't bother me. People can hate me all they want. I'm here for the real, the people that want to be in this market for a long time and make money. I'm not here to impress some YouTuber who's just trying to use my name to get views. You're right, Stephen. People deny truthful information from businesses. And because it doesn't fit their narrative, it doesn't fit their hopium model. And sometimes, look, if you're going to be a smart investor, you need to be able to accept that there might be some other opinions, or it's not even opinion. We're fucking reading the company's statements. God damn. It's not even an opinion, son.
At least keep an open mind. That's all I got to say.
That's the nicest way to say it. Sorry.
Echo chamber people.
That's right? A nice way to say it. I need to learn to be nicer like you, mediocre. Keep an open mind, guys.
Don't get trapped in the echo chamber. Seriously.
It doesn't mean that any of us are fighting against you. We're all rowing the same direction, but you know, God damn, open your mind a little bit to the possibility that ticker LMNOP might not be going to the moon because they just filed an 8K saying that they could potentially file bankruptcy. I don't believe it. They're getting acquired.
Okay,
Don't
just
believe
calls
it.
Too.
Thanks for the opportunity. I'm buying the dips. Hedgies are scared now. Why isn't the CEO saying anything? All the shit I see in every ticker. Just read the filings. It's really that simple.
Sometimes the dips are really tasty. Sometimes
they are if you're in the right company. But if you're in a penny stock,
I agree with you.
Never made money. You got to be a little bit skeptical. Just a little bit.
Reminds me of that video clip that you showed me one time, Tony, of retail buying the dip and getting
Well, that
diluted.
that is a top secret video that I made, which is not, most people can't handle the truth, Blazin.
Yeah, it's not a good time to be showing people that video.
No. At some point, I will reveal that video to the public. It's what we call in the business dark humor, and most people are not mentally or emotionally prepared for that type of humor. If you got really like what I call gallows humor, and I've shown that this video to a few trusted friends, and I know you guys get it. Like we're not shitting on anything or anyone, but look, if you've been in enough plays and enough Weeble or StockTwits chat rooms, you see the same talk in every ticker. Everybody thinks they're the next GameStop. I don't care if you're a 10-cent stock and you run up to 30 cents. We're going to break the market. Wall Street's going to bow to our knees. Going to 1,000. Short hedgies are scared now. 20 billion naked synthetics. And I'm looking at Ortex. It's like 0.5% short. But you think you got 20 billion nakeds. Okay. I'm just saying. It's just mind-boggling to me. Like, yes, there's fuckery. Yes, there's shenanigans. Yes, there's synthetics. But good Lord, if I really thought every single ticker, including a 10-cent penny stock, had billions of synthetics, I really, literally, we'd never see any run-ups ever because they could just print at will. And it would be so against people making money that you would never want to buy any stock. Like, we have an advantage when we all get together and the news is good and we can push in the same direction. But after a while, we got to recognize when to get out. That's all. Get your profit, get out.
When's enough? Like,
yeah, get your profit, get out. There's a new play every week. It's okay. Not every ticker has to be a battle.
Like, if we push this ticker, too high over the thing, how much over is it according to its earnings and its EPS and all that stuff? You know what I mean? Like, you got to look at that stuff. Like, I mean, short squeeze is different. I understand that, but you got to be paying attention to that.
Yeah.
Not every play is a short squeeze, though. That's the thing.
If I see a 15-cent stock go to $5, I'm pretty sure at $5, the shorts are going to be pretty confident to come in and short it, because there was no short interest in that stock when it started running.
GNS didn't have any.
I know, but they're making press releases saying that they're the victims of naked shorts. Like, maybe you're a victim of bad financials. Just saying. Oh man, I'm getting too honest now. Sorry, Roger James Hamilton, or whatever your name is. He seems like a nice dude, and I honor and respect everybody that's going after naked shorts and hiring Wes. I wish all of you much success, and I really just want to see the data. I think that's a fair thing to ask.
Yeah.
Like, if you're spending the money on behalf of your shareholders, at the very least, you say you've got the evidence, share the fucking evidence. Give us the balls to pile money into your stock. Don't just dangle the carrot. We got the evidence. See it? Oops, you missed it. What?
It's just like the fucking guy with the dollar. What is that?
It's the insurance commercial.
Whoa.
Yeah. You know where I was going with that. Guys, you CEOs in the naked shorting killer club, show us the fucking evidence. We will take you to the fucking moon. But if you're going to keep on dangling this dollar bill and stringing us along, I'm going to call you out. And that's not because I hate you. It's because I don't think you're being genuine.
That's fucking hilarious. I love it.
They say they got the evidence. Fucking show it. And then I will get on Adam Aaron's case and demand that he do it too. Help me. Help you.
Yeah.
You want the truth, Tony?
I want the fucking truth.
You can't handle the truth.
Oh, shit.
Oh,
I'm serious. I will drive to Leawood, Kansas, and demand that Adam Aaron hire Wes Christian and share intel. If you can publish one of these dudes created GTII, Cosmos, Helbiz, one of you publish your fucking data and show us that it's compelling, that you have evidence of billions of naked shorts. That's all I'm asking. It's not a hard ask.
Even if they showed a portion of it, so they didn't have to give it all away. If that was the case,
I know what they're going after. Mediocre. They had one day of high FTDs. On a day when they had earnings and they had bad news and the volume went up 10x, FTDs spiked. Surprise.
No way.
Is that evidence of a pattern of naked shorting? I'll leave you to judge that for yourselves, my friends. But every single one of these
The key word
tickers,
there was pattern, Tony.
every single one of these tickers had like one day of high FTDs on a day where they released bad news and the volume spiked. Well, of course you're going to have more FTDs when your volume goes from 10 million to 600 million. I want to see a pattern. A pattern. You say you're being targeted. Show me a pattern over the last year of naked shorts. You got the software, you paid the money. You paid Share Intel 50K, you paid West Christian 250K retainer. Give us the goods, and I will go to bat for you. But I'm not so easily swayed. I'm a data guy. Show me the fucking evidence.
Well, how do I say this?
I've made it easy for you now. Just say whatever.
I mean, if what I was gonna say is, I'm gonna throw a ticker out there, and I'm not gonna say that this has it happening to it, but if it was that fucking easy, when I tell you the ticker, you're gonna say, oh yeah, they would assume that was one of them too. Then
Yeah.
SNDL.
Sundial.
It's in the same bucket as Mullen. Like, yeah, everyone thinks there's 20 billion synthetics on Mullen and Sundial.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Pam. Yes,
Yeah.
it's me.
I'm not kidding, mediocre. Do you know how many tickers I look at in a week? Every single one. They all have a bad guy. Oh, it's the Lynn brothers. It's the Kramer brothers. It's Kenny G. Everyone, there's a story. They all got a bad guy. They've all got billions of synthetics. I believe it for certain plays, but the entire, every single ticker, even the fucking penny stocks, have this now. These guys don't care about that shit. To that extent. To that extent. I don't know. I have trouble buying it. Certain ones that are destined for failure, they will go pick on, right? Like GTII, you've never made revenue ever. I hate to keep picking on GTII, but never turned in revenue. The CEO is writing personal checks to pay the company's bills. Of course you're fucking going to be shorted. Did you know that, mediocre?
I don't know anything about GTII.
The CEO is writing checks, personal checks to fund the company. The two executives in the company have never taken a paycheck because they can't afford to get paid. The company's never made any revenue. And they wonder and they bitch and they complain. Why are we being shorted? It's not fair.
Why did you bring the fucking thing public?
How about you fucking turn a revenue and get them off your back?
I think shorting is a necessary part of the market. The illegal naked short selling, on the other hand, is a little different. I see people talking all the time about how they don't think shorting should be legal. I disagree with that. I just think that, taking it over the edge with short selling and creating synthetics, that's really the problem.
Clark says, is there any proof of synthetics? Clark, I think there is enough preponderance of evidence, both from court cases and even from people like that documentary that I posted that you can watch on GameStop or on HBO. Sorry. They definitely create fake shares, Clark. 100% every day. But do they let them accumulate to where there's 20 billion in one ticker? That I don't know. We don't have the evidence for that. We know from talking with people like Susan Trimbath and others that have been there and audited votes, that votes have come in 1 million over, 2 million over the authorized share count. There's plenty of evidence that there are synthetic shares. We know that rehypothecation is legal and has no limits. I have no doubt that there are fake shares out there. I just don't know, Clark, that it's to the extent that we're being told. I heard someone on a space call yesterday saying there's 20 billion synthetics on AMC.
I watched the documentary, Tony, in Blazing on companies that are going public. I'm not sure if it was a movie or a documentary, whatever. It doesn't matter. But I remember seeing this thing about new companies that want to go public, right?
Yep.
So they go to like these hedge funds, and the hedge funds give them a percentage to help bring them public.
Yep.
And then they turn around and dump their shares and make a profit in the market when they go public.
Oh, really?
So
I think the SEC is proposing some rules, like if you I don't know if it was give a loan or buy a bond or something, that you're not allowed to short the company right after that. That's like one of these new rules that they're proposing. I think Randall or someone was tweeted it out. But I noticed in the exception, it says, unless it's a bona fide market making activity. I was like, oh boy. Like they always fucking give themselves out. Oh, no, it said, unless it's a bona fide hedging. You know why that made me so mad? If you're a bondholder in AMC and the interest rates are going up and the company's not doing so well and the bond values are just getting tanked, what are you going to do? You're going to short the company, right? Because if the stock price is going down, you want to hedge your investment in that bond and make money as the price goes down. You're not trying to kill the company. You're trying to not lose money on your investment. So they're proposing this new regulation, and they're already writing in the exact exception they're using to short us right now.
Yep.
Which I get it from a finance perspective. I get it, but this is just
preemptive hedge.
Yeah, this is just window dressing for retail to make us feel good. Fucking SEC. Oh, look, we put in regulations to prevent a debt holder from shorting you down unless they're doing bona fide hedging.
I feel like these hedge funds bring these businesses in to, because they're getting something out of it, and they know the businesses are going to fucking survive in the stock market. But what do? They help them go public, and then there goes retail's money.
So infuriating. All of this shit is infuriating. That is why, guys, I've grown happy with just getting to second base. I'm just sorry for the visual, but not every play has to be a home run, you know?
Yeah, I gotcha. Understood. You're right.
You can have a lot of fun on second base. I'm just saying. If you could get to second base every day.
That's right. I like second base.
Scott K, just the tip.
Funny shit.
I'm just saying, the more you can like going back to what Mediocre was saying, the more you can understand market mechanics and the rules they operate by and the way they can get around them, the happier you'll be at just, pinching a little bit of second base.
The easy stuff.
Very nice. Wow.
Just take a little pinch here and there. Thank you.
Base hit.
Have a good day. I'll see you tomorrow. The money. It's true, though. You don't need huge gains. I mean, good gains, you can make good gains, but I'm saying you don't need to try to stay in and hold for the moon. Okay. I'm going to bring something else up. Do you know what...
Tell us how it works.
Was it ADR or ATR? It's an indicator. I can't think if it's ADR or ATR. But basically what it is in a nutshell, and I don't use it anymore, but I did. But it gives you how much the stock can move in a day. So if the stock can only move fucking $2 and it moved 50 cents in the fucking pre-market, then the fucking thing only can move $1.50 in one direction if that's the way it's gonna fucking go. You think just because today it's gonna go $4 fucking bucks? I don't understand people.
Looking for the MOAS in every play is a mistake.
That is a systemic problem. Everybody's looking for the MOAS in every ticker, like even these fucking 10-cent ones. Well, it ran up from 10 cents to 80 cents. So I just bought in at 79. I think it can get to $10. Like, dude, you started at 10 cents.
I'm tired.
You bought in at 79.
Borden.
Hold on, I'm gonna find that fucking thing.
Pamela, what's up? Hey, Pam, have you seen Plane yet? We just went and saw Plane. I bet you liked the leading actor. He also produced the movie, by the way, or directed it. Hallie, what's up? ENSC, high cost to borrow, B says. What's up, B? ENSC. All right, I got Vortex right up here. Let me see.
Hallie, I'm not really sure how to answer that question, honestly.
All right, so that indicator.
I am Canadian, if that's what you're asking.
The indicator I'm talking about is ATR. It's called average true range.
I have not looked into that one. Tell us about it.
I just did it. It basically tells you how much the stock can move in a day.
Oh, I'm
Want me
getting
to tell you
sloppy
again?
now.
I'm fucking.
Yes.
I like the ATR for adjusting stop losses.
ATM, like
ATR.
automatic. Oh, ATR. Okay.
Yeah.
Average true range.
Average. All right. I'm going to open up a tab and leave this open for when I'm wake up in the morning because I will not remember this. ATR indicator.
The way that I use it in mediocre, just let me know if you use it differently. But like, let's say that I'm going to create a stop loss on the bottom of a wick. Then what I'll do is I'll turn the ATR indicator on, hover my mouse over that wick, look at the ATR value for that wick, and then I'll actually add that to the level of my stop loss, if that makes sense, to give it extra room to fall.
Oh, I know what you're saying. Yeah. You could do that. I don't I don't think I have that capability with Thinkorswim though.
Oh, really?
I'm not sure. I'd have to look into it.
Okay.
There's a lot of, like, I use Thinkorswim, that there's a lot, it has a lot in it. Thinkorswim. And I've been using it for years, but sometimes I don't like to touch it too much. You know what I mean? Like, I like my screen, and that's what I stick to.
Yeah, I got you.
Because I don't want to fuck nothing up, dude. That's got all my money in it, you know?
Yeah.
B says that ticker ENSC, Echo November Sierra Charlie, has a high cost to borrow. And I did look it up on Ortex. It does indeed have a high cost to borrow, which is showing average 468%. However, the short interest is 1.46%. So something seems very off in that.
Yeah, the chart is very ugly as well.
Yeah, it was very ugly, and it got dumped from $440 all the way down to 59 cents.
Do you see the chart, mediocre, if you go back in time from, like, I want to say like November 2020 and then previous to that, how it looks so strange? It's all like barcoding perfectly at the same level, basically. Do you see that?
Shares outstanding is 2.85 million. I'm saying it's not even 3 million on shares outstanding.
It's a weird looking chart.
The other thing that I see is that potentially the brokers have not updated the float, because I'm seeing that with dilution that is approved, that the current float in outstanding shares is actually 6.5 million. So there is a potential that Ortex is not getting a good data feed on this stock. There was an offering on October 2022 for $12.5 million worth of shares. And there's also warrants and SPAC warrants. I would guess that Ortex has outdated data. I don't know. Takes me a day to track these things down. And even when I do call them out on it, they always say, well, our data just comes from a data feed and we don't know if they're right, but we'll go ask them. For any reference on what I'm just saying, look up my tweets on Cosmos a month ago when people were putting out 2,000% short interest on Cosmos. It's very frequent that these guys get shit wrong. I'm not saying that ENSC is wrong on the cost to borrow. I'm just saying this would need some further digging into before I believe it.
There's a question, Tony, about a trailing stop loss. I don't know if you can help answer it, but
what's the name? John's Day Trades.
Day Trades.
What's up, John? Is the trailing stop loss dollar amount the total amount for all the shares sold? So I enter the amount per share. Didn't work today. So trailing stop loss.
If it works like mine, it has an activation price and then the trailing amount. So it might have hit your activation price and then not fallen from there, if that makes sense.
The other question is, did you get filled, but you just got filled at a price lower than what you thought?
And there's one more question to that too. Did you have the trailing stop loss set up before you entered the trade? Because sometimes if you enter the trade and then try to put a trailing stop, it won't work. You have to manually move it.
If something is just like cascading down and you've got a trailing stop loss to sell out at 10%, but it drops 20% in a microsecond, you're not going to get filled at 10% down.
Right.
You could get filled at 50% down.
Yeah, that's only if there's a gap. As long as there's price discovery at your point, you should get filled theoretically.
But not at, like, if your stop loss is 10%, that's not guaranteed that you're going to get out with just 10% loss, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
That's just the trigger. That's the trigger at which the stop comes into play.
Right, because it's not a limit order. It turns into a market order.
And he asked if it was a dollar or percentage, but I think it actually just depends on your broker and what you selected, because I have the option, I think, for either.
Yeah, I have the option. I usually do mine as a percentage, but not always. Just depends on the trade and the price of the stock.
Right, the price of the stock matters for me. Like, so some of them I could run a 10-cent difference. You know what I mean? Some is 15, whatever.
Is it the same way with you guys? Like when you go to set a trailing stop, does it ask you for both the activation price and the percentage or dollar amount?
It asked me for one or the other.
Mine asked me for both. So in other words, like let's say stock is going from 110 down to 100 and my trailing stop is 10% and my activation price is at 110, then it won't sell until it gets to 100, if that makes sense. So like it'll trigger at 110 on the way down and then it won't actually sell until that 10% gap occurs.
I don't recall mine having that.
Okay.
What do you have? You have one of them Canuck brokers?
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
I'm just teasing. Mine just asked me to pick a dollar amount or, a price amount or a percentage amount.
Okay.
The way mine works is I work on a ladder, so it's like a one-click thing. So it's built into the ladder. It's called Active Trader on Thinkorswim.
Right.
John's
so
Day
Tony,
Trades.
I was just going to say that I think the way it works with yours, from the sounds of it, is that yours will automatically use the current price as the activation price.
Yeah, maybe so. John says he didn't get filled, so it almost sounds like it was a stop loss, not a trailing stop loss. You can get blown out on a stop loss, right?
Yeah, if there's
especially
a gap.
if there was a halt.
Yeah, if there's a gap in price, you definitely
can.
Yeah, like a halt leading to a gap or whatever.
Yeah, I've had that happen to me.
Pablo was asking which broker I use. BMO Investor Line and Questrade, but I also use like Binance a lot for trailing stop losses, and I know for sure on Binance there's the activation price and the other one as well.
I haven't got blown out on a stop loss, but I have been trying to enter them as it's falling. And you
That's-
can't set the price fast enough because it keeps on doing this. You know what I'm talking about?
Yep.
I'm trying not to lose pennies here. Oh, well, let me just, oh, fuck. Just
Yep.
market sell it. God damn it. Market sell. Sometimes you don't get out fast enough, or you don't get those stop losses in there fast enough. You do the best you can. Not all of them are going to be winners.
That
Welcome
was
to the
essentially
game.
my very first experience ever in the market was chasing limit orders on AMC as it was running up back in early May 2021.
Tony, share my screen real quick. I want to show you guys something.
All right. Candace says, how do you think reverse split will go down on WISA tomorrow? 1 for 100. WISA. 1 for 100, Candace. And it's been trending down, so I expect it to continue trending down.
Carl J, slap that ask, baby.
All right, see this ladder over here? So
Yep.
Yep.
this is what I do. I click.
Wait, when you say over here, can you put your mouse by what we're looking at? Okay.
This whole big box right here to the right.
Yeah.
All right, so I come in here and I go trailing stop loss, right? And say I want to buy right here. It automatically, see, we'll set this to 18 just for ha-has because they ain't going to buy it anyway. Close that out. But if I say I bought here, it'll automatically put my stop loss in. But it's showing up here because I'm not filled. But that's basically what it is. It's right here. So it's waiting for me to get filled. Once I'm filled, the price will take off and this will drop down 10 cents or whatever I have it set to in inside here. Cancel 2 orders.
What broker is that? I don't recognize that screen.
This is TD, but this is how I always trade on Active Trader.
Okay. I have a TD account, but I don't use that particular tool that you're on right there.
That's pretty different from what I'm used to.
Yeah. So I could do a OCD or OCO. I could do a with brackets and.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff I could do. I could change it. So like I have
What
these
does
in
TRG stand for? Sorry.
Trigger.
Trigger. Okay.
Trigger with 2 brackets. Trigger with 3 brackets. But I usually do this trail and stop, and then I could come in here and I just adjust how many points I want below the stock price depending on how it's moving.
You guys just remind me. You reminded me of a girl I used to work with. The gentleman in the office called her Trigger. Every time she walked by, every time they walked by, they would be like, I was like, why do you call her Trigger? They're like, have you seen her jaw and her teeth, man? It's like a horse's mouth.
Jesus Christ. Shit. Fucking Tony.
Y'all are mean. Y'all are some mean sons of bitches.
I was going to say, I thought she was a good shot. Like, geez.
Nah. They were some cruel motherfuckers, man.
Damn.
No mercy. No mercy.
None. 0 fucks given, Tony.
All right. On that note, Scarlett she's like calling my phone now from the other room. She doesn't want to walk all the way from the West Wing down here to the east side of the house. That is a joke.
Rich, Tony.
That is a joke for all the trolls because that's been an ongoing joke. But they think I'm serious that I live in a fucking mansion.
That's not true. Tony's a famous actor and he has a mansion. I've seen it.
Yes, and he drives. What do I drive? A Lambo.
Yeah. There's an AMC logo on the side of the Lambo.
I should just make a video. Like I should just go pose with a Lambo and like a 80-foot yacht and a picture in front of a $10 million mansion here in Austin. And you guys would know it's all a joke, but they would, oh, he's lying. Or maybe he has a sense of humor and you don't because you're a fucktard.
Oh my God.
It's difficult, guys. It's really difficult. To be serious and like business-like during the day, but interject a little bit of humor every now and then. Like I don't know. I mean, I guess if I had a black dildo, you know, people would take me less seriously and understand when I'm joking.
Listen, I'm getting one. I'm gonna open this fucking cabinet up and I'm put it. And every time we come to the fucking show, I'm slap that fucking thing.
It's really hard unless you've listened to me for a while to know when I'm joking or not. But that is
That's
by
a fact.
design. It's by design.
At one point or another, I did actually think you had a pretty big house when you used to say in the West Wing. I was like, oh, damn, all right. That was way back, like when I first started listening to you. But
I can't remember where I got that phrase from. It was probably from a TV show or something. But yeah.
I mean, I didn't
It
want
was-
to judge, right? Like if
it's
someone
clearly
says that, like,
it's clearly sarcasm. If it sounds far fetched, it's probably sarcasm.
Big time actor, Tony.
F-rated in my book. The people that call me a C-rated actor, I say thank you for the compliment. I took a couple adult classes, mediocre, like 10, 12 years ago. Never worked for pay unless you, never worked for pay. I don't count working as an extra as pay, but thank you for the compliments. Those of you that called me a C-rated actor. I like challenging myself, as we talked about earlier in the stream, to get out of my comfort zone and learn new things. And I mostly don't like being the center of attention, mediocre. What is the most upfront way to attack a fear of being the center of attention?
You got to put yourself out there.
Go do an audition in a room by yourself with 5 people about to criticize you. So I fucking take a challenge head on. It was brutal, man. When I used to go to auditions, I literally had to fight myself for 30 minutes driving there from either turning around or puking in my car. That's how nervous and scared I was. I do not like to be the center of attention, or specifically the only person that they're looking at and criticizing. So I tackled that head on for a couple years till I got comfortable with it. And that helped me improve as a person. You want to hate on me now, you know, the trolls, because I had what I identified as a self-weakness and I took steps to correct it or improve it. Fine. Make your little doxing videos, your little nonsense bullshit. But you didn't walk in my steps. You haven't lived my life. You don't understand the challenges that I see that I need to fix. And the next one, just so you know, is to learn a musical instrument. So if I start covering straight music or whatever, please don't hate me or call me a shill. It's the next thing that the next thing I'm gonna tackle is learning to play a musical instrument.
The drums, what are we doing?
It's guitar. Guitar.
not piano.
Oh man. It's been a long journey and a lot of fucking retards I got to deal with to get good content out to people.
I got a piano. My kids could play. I can't play a fucking tune.
Oh, really? I just picked one up a couple years ago and started learning.
I mean, I can bang on it. I fuck around with it, but
Yeah.
Jeffrey, I took not adult. I have not made an adult film. Not that's been released, but
I mean, you said go outside your comfort zone, Tony. Like,
you know how you can go to like community classes in the evenings?
Yeah.
For like $20 for a class. That's what I'm talking about. Like
back in the day.
Well, I mean, how much does a evening class cost? $20, $50? It's a community class. It's like, it's offered by the community college. It's not a big deal. I didn't go to LA and take acting lessons. I went to the fucking community college evening classes. How good can you get when you're already an introvert and then you go to some fucking half-rate $50 class?
Tony, you're a YouTube star.
You can't get that good, guys. I'm gonna tell you. I'm not chasing Adam Aram for a part in a movie, but some of y'all got cuckoo problems if you think that. You might want to check the dosage on your medications. Did I what?
Did somebody say that before?
Every fucking week, mediocre. Tony Denaro is he's only covering AMC because he wants Adam Aron to cast him in a movie. He's not. It's like, whatever y'all are smoking, please.
Fuck is this shit
I've got a PO box. Send me some of that shit, man. or have your psychiatrist check your meds because you are not on the right dosage.
Where the fuck is this going on?
These people and their theories, man.
It's on Twitter?
Mediocre, I'll send you some screenshots. I mean, it's going on YouTube. It's going on Twitter. I mean, either they just really want attention really bad or they're really fucked up in the head to believe some shit like that. Like, how about you call me and have a conversation, you dumbasses? I'll tell you about why I took an acting class, because I'm an introvert and I was trying to improve myself. And that was like 10, 12, 13 years ago. And even then it was shit, but I feel better about it.
Who gives a fuck if you took acting classes? Why
Exactly. It's like, let's go pick on the gamer who's covering GameStop. He's obviously paid. Let's shut him down. Let's dox him. A guy that likes movies and film and enjoys photography and everything about movies. That's not the guy we want covering GameStop. That's not the guy we want covering AMC. Let's get him out of this community. He's talking
you know what
too
it is,
many.
Tony. They
He's
just don't
reading
agree
too
with
many
what you're saying.
filings. He's reading too many 10 Qs.
I can't.
We can't have this.
That's the hater handbook.
8K today.
You talk about the CEO handbook. The hater handbook is when you disagree, you start tearing the other person down.
Yeah. They can't talk about my due diligence, so they just tear me down. But
Exactly.
they don't understand I've got balls bigger than the size of their head. You ain't gonna fucking break me, bitches.
Oh, shit. That's fucking crazy, dude. I don't get it.
I don't get it either. I mean, it's like I guess they were dropped on their head as a child, mediocre.
For me, man, why can't we just be about the fucking stuff?
Why can't we just, exactly right. Why can't we all have the same end goals to make money? Why's everything got to be a battle with these people? Or like, look at me, give me attention. I made a mean video about you. Can you say something about me?
95% of these people's YouTube careers depends on bullshit and drama.
If it wasn't for my channel, half of them wouldn't have content.
I gotta see this shit.
I
I don't watch YouTube videos, so I don't fucking know.
I don't either, but these people fucking send me clips and I just laugh and laugh. Just laugh and laugh. Hey, they uh-oh, Scarlett's getting redheaded hot now. They just want you to come say hi. Can you? Woo! Spitting fire.
I'm dead serious.
She does not sound happy.
No, she's not happy. What time is it? How much trouble am I in now? It's only 12:06, babe. Chill the fuck out. All right, ladies and gentlemen. On that note, you know, we can deal with haters, but we can't deal with a upset wife.
Yeah,
That's
no.
right.
Got to deal with that.
They don't like
All
that.
right. I'm gonna go smoke a cigar on the patio, refill the bourbon. Do you need a drink? Do you need a drink? All right, she's got a refill. Calm the fuck down, baby. Chill, baby, chill.
No.
What?
I mean, you chose the redhead, Tony.
I'm gonna embarrass you. I'm just kidding. There's no way I could embarrass you, but hurry up.
All right.
You're
You're about to cross the line.
You're being selfish.
I'm working.
You're crossing the line.
All right. She said, "There's no way I'll embarrass you, but I need you to take me seriously, Tony. Please." You want to hang out with me? All right. I want to hang out with you too, baby. Ladies and gentlemen, by the demands of the woman of the house, who occasionally gets her way, we're going to call it a night. What time do we start tonight?
4 hours and 4 minutes. Go.
Yeah.
4 hours ago?
Yeah.
All right. I'd say, it's Friday night too. She deserves her time.
Is it
It's
Friday?
not Friday, is it? It's only Thursday, Tony.
I was like, shit, don't I have to go to work?
Oh, you're so
Yeah.
sweet. She said, if they think they love you, I love you a whole lot more. Quit working. All right. I can't argue with that. She's mad because she wants to spend time with me. Who could
I
argue
don't
with that?
know.
That's a good wife.
Well, tell her said good night.
I
Good
did
night,
tell her.
everybody.
I literally told her. I'm pretty sure I told her when I came on tonight. It's just going to be like an hour. I've just got one topic I want to cover. 4 hours later,
Well, we had some good conversations anyway.
we did have some great. Hey, baby, one night you could just like, why don't you come over here? One night you could just like pull up a chair and sit right here with us, and we'll pour you a drink. You've done it before, like twice in 2 years. You could just hang out here with us all night, right, guys?
That's right. We don't have to talk about stocks. We could just shoot the shit.
Right. Mediocre is saying we don't even need to talk about stocks. Just shoot the shit. Next weekend, she said.
Sounds
Bingo.
good to me.
Next weekend, is that a commitment? Yeah. We got a commitment, ladies and gentlemen. Wait, Friday, Saturday, or Sunday?
Hot damn.
I don't know exactly what day. It just depends on what my schedule is like.
She doesn't know what day, but it depends on her schedule. Aren't you on bed rest?
Probably Saturday.
Probably Saturday. All right.
My schedule's changing all the time because I got babysitting.
All right. So you heard it here, guys. Next weekend, I'm going to fucking set the thumbnail up tomorrow. Scarlett. Live with Tony Denaro and friends. And Loki the cat, she says. Woo! Somehow we save this from being a total disaster. Guys, it is tough to live with the redhead when she gets mad. But she's only doing it because she loves me and she wants to spend time. So I appreciate that.
I wish I could read the chat, but I'm gonna say good night to everybody. I love you all. Stay safe, And
Thank you, Blazin. Thank you, Mediocre. That was a good chat. I'm sorry if there's a lot of truth bombs on tickers and DD and all that shit. It's the weekend. We're having fun. We don't hold back any punches. And even if it's the daytime, I'm still not going to hold back any punches. So that's why you
Thanks
guys
for
come
having me on,
here.
Tony.
That's why you guys come here. That's why we are the most hated channel on YouTube. Love you guys. Be good to one another. Don't listen to clickbait. Argue DD. Don't fucking hate people. You can hate the DD, but we can all talk about it as adults.
Blazing, good night, buddy.
Good night, man.
Good night, Tony.
Good night, gentlemen. I will see you on the next one.